Jambo, everybody. Very good morning. Welcome to this safari this morning. We are in the Masai Mara in East Africa, and welcome to your live safari. What another wonderful morning, and we are here at this scene where we've come across these few hyenas and their kill. Remember, this is a live safari coming live from the Masai Mara. Looks like these three guys have a different ranking order, and that's why one is being chased away. A very good morning. My name is Isaac, and on camera I have Bungei. We are in the Masai Mara, and we are already set out here in this scene. Remember to talk to us on send in your question at Kids TV at Wild Earth, and also you can talk to us on Wild Earth hashtag Wild Earth, or also you can live stream us on YouTube. Remember, this is a live safari, so you can send in your comments and questions. Well, starting with this, looks like the Happy Zebra clan, and I drove a very long way to come here. Looks like they made this kill not more than 45 minutes ago, and it has been shredded into pieces. Looks that that guy had an accident. You can see top of its head. He looks like he got beaten. The light is beautiful. The weather is amazing. We're only at 16 degrees Celsius here, and so it's super cool, and the sun is just perfect for photography. Yeah, look, he's swallowing one of the legs. It looks like a young wildebeest that they killed. Miss KJ, thank you for your comment. How are you this morning? You say, breakfast is served. Indeed, it is. And it's served in all types of meat. Hoofs, skin, bone, hair, intestines, meat. It is served. The hyenas don't mind that, and they are capable of eating anything that can avail itself, and they don't play with food. They have very good table manners of making sure that whatever they are served, they finish. These are spotted hyenas, and the guy to the right, you can say that he's a lower ranking in the clan, and that's why you can tell. Did you see that? He moved. Yeah, he's not really welcome. He's begging. He's being submissive. But he's not really welcome. Usually in a clan, males are higher ranking and they always eat fast. This guy must be a male, and he's been told, come on, wait, your turn will come. Hopefully there'll be something for him. The spotted hyena is known to have the strongest biting jaw power of all carnivores. And over here, this size wildebeest, nothing will be left. Nothing, I say nothing. Hoofs, bones, maybe a little bit of horns, because it's a young one. I don't know if we're going to be joined by more, because usually it is the case. You can tell how the skin has been cut clean to expose the fresh meat. This looks like a young wildebeest. Look, he's trying to chop off that leg. Do you see that? He's trying to cut off that femur. Is he going to be able to crack it? He's trying to break it so he can carry out that leg. Maybe he's got some puppies or cubs. Take it back. Look at that. Is he going to break it? They're super busy on this young wildebeest. This is sometimes where the power of a clan comes in, when one grabs the other side and the other one rips off a chunk of meat. You can tell that the guy to the left has been eating more than the one to the right. Yeah. amazing jaw power. And actually, they're usually very aggressive. You know, when they're eating, they don't chew, you know, like they need to have manners on the table. They just, you know, eat as much as possible. The guy to the right is chewing some muscle so that he can separate the front leg. You see that? Whoa, that's amazing. Yeah, position. Okay, higher ranking female has to do that. That's a beautiful, beautiful shot there, Bungay, thank you. Yeah, the meat is out. It's gonna cut it open. Yeah, it has been separated. Now, this is another proof that hyenas don't only eat dead meat. Lauren, Jumbo, you want to know if are moose kills from injured ones or young? This time of the year, they kill anything. There isn't very many that are injured because you can see it's leaking some marrow. Look at that. It knows that the marrow is fresh. Look at that. Do you see that? Yeah, so they're killing even very healthy ones. So it's not only injured ones or young, but usually when they decide to go for a kill, they'll spook a hard, chase it, and the weakest one is the one they go for. Over here looks like it was a, you know, sub-adult or a young one, probably maybe a year and a half because of the size of the horns. Yeah, you can tell there, it's evident it's eating some marrow. It's licking the marrow. Must be nice and hot because this kill was made only maybe half an hour ago. And unlike how hyenas are perceived to be scavengers, this is proof that they make kills. There's no lion nearby. We have searched and we have proved that it's only hyenas. They usually have endurance, so they must have chased this wildebeest for even a kilometer. It got exhausted, and usually the killing is very ruthless because they don't go for the windpipe or the jugular vein. Marianne, good morning. You say you comment how they can devour bones with such ease. Yes, they have some of the strongest jaw, and so bones from wildebeest like this are just like eating a sandwich for them. They're very soft. They'll, eat everything. I don't know if I'll, will be a witness. Oh, it has separated one of the legs and it's taking it away. They do that to go eat it at leisure, so there is no, competition. And you know why? They want the marrow, because they can break through the bone. Adapted with a very strong jaw, they are able to do that. Remember, there is another member who hasn't had any, or he had a bite and then got chased off. So maybe he will be coming once this female has had a little bit more. Well, I'm staying here. Let's see what else we can offer somewhere else.
From the hyenas eating to our hippos resting here, we have a very nice, good, warm morning. My name is Tim, and behind camera we have Big James. Out here we have hippos who are resting. They look like they just got back to the water. This is an interesting place to see because 2 days ago they were just downstream. Seems like the water level is going down, so they actually come to a good place where there is stable bottom where they can at least stand, and maybe sometimes they kneel. So this looks like a nice resting place actually. You can see on the bank there, the water level is going down. So sometimes this water level of the Mara River gets low. But after the rains in the source area, these water levels go up. Really interesting to see sometimes during the rain, because sometimes you find that the water level gets to up bank to bank in that level, sometimes even busting its bank. Now these hippos are dominated by one large bull, and the younger bulls always have to submit to the big bull. So sometimes you find that they have territorial fights. You find big bulls fighting younger bulls, or maybe another bull coming to challenge the dominant bull here. Mother hippos also protect their calves from other hippos. They're super defensive. I've just seen a teeny tiny one clinging to her mother. Not sure if she will pop up again. So interesting to see. So they always rest in the water during the day, but sometimes they prefer walking out to go and graze. Along the banks, you see that they have, on both ends, we have very short grass from the work of the hippo. They eat using their very hard lips. They pluck the grass with their lips and then they chew. Some people might think that they have to eat with their teeth, but no. Those canines are so important when defending themselves from other hippos and even crocodiles. So a hippo bull can own up a stretch of about 10 kilometers wide, depending on if it's a river or a lake. We have some Egyptian geese going out. There's a frenzy out there. Not sure what's happening. The Egyptian geese are going crazy. And these hippos are just relaxed. Over. Yeah, one is flying out. They're super defensive, so Egyptian geese will always pair for life, and they have their own territory, and if an intruder comes in, they always fight them off. Can hear hippo. Oh, that was nice. They only be submerged in the water for about 5 to 6 minutes and then come up for air. Despite them eating grass, they never eat aquatic plants, like the plants that grow on the bottom of the river. They don't eat those. So as we wait for something else to unfold, we're going to take you over to another safari vehicle.
Good morning and welcome to this end of a very romantic game drive on the western fringes of the Great Kruger National Park. There we have got a bull hippo administrating to a cow hippo in the water. Is it not a sign of great joy on a Monday morning to witness such a thing? Either that or he's just standing on her back, but I think they're mating. My name is James Hendry. Hello. On camera today we've got BK the biceps. We would show you his biceps, but they'd fill the frame and you wouldn't be able to see anything else. Now we are doing some whale porpoising. You know, if you can do whale porpoising. Anyway, we've come to this area because we heard a leopard calling around here this morning, probably between here and the road to the west of where we're now sitting. And so we've just stopped here to see if we can hear her again. It's a blustery day. Not blustery, sorry. Words are really lost on me today. It's not blustery, it's fairly still actually, but it's very cloudy. Very dull light. And we're expecting more rain today. Indeed, I think for the rest of the week, the weather looks something like this. Less than glorious sound of an irritated Egyptian goose. Soundtrack to the hippo's romance, which seems to have ended. But unfortunately, the leopard has not called again. Just going to give it another 3 or 4 minutes sitting here. Hello, Lance. Lance hippos can stay underwater apparently for 8 minutes. I've never seen that. Normally it's around about 30 seconds to a minute if they are going under. Sometimes they don't even go under, they just sit like they're sitting now. But remember that their need or the necessity for them to be underwater is nothing like what it might be for a marine mammal like a whale or a porpoise, because they don't actually swim, they're standing on the bottom and they don't forage underwater, but they can stay under for a good few minutes for sure. I suspect probably around about 8 minutes at an outside push. So I'm just going to sit here and see if that leopardess calls again.
Well, nice to see hippos. But we are back here at our scene, the hyena diner, I would call it. And this looks like 4 males, and the closest one to me is a much lower ranking male, and so he's just going around the table for scraps, and he's hoping that he's going to get a bit of a meal before they finish. There is where it all happened. After all this chase, that was the deadly blow. Those are the intestines. They opened up the tummy, they all fell down, and that's where the animal died. And then during the scramble to eat it, or while it was still on its last leg, it jumped up there, or they pulled it to the current location, which is there where it is. So it must have been a long chase, because usually they don't, wildebeest don't hang around the road. They usually try to leave the road once there is something. Sassy Cassie, good morning. You want to know how fast hyenas run to catch their prey? They will catch top speeds of up to 40 kilometers an hour, and they can maintain that up to around 2 miles. And so they are able to exhaust their prey, and usually the animals tries to stand up. Look, what is it trying to do? That is very interesting behavior, because it is trying to open up the jaw, and it's trying to get something from the jaw. I don't know what it is. Look at that. Quite interesting. I'll get back to your question, Sassy. Look at this. I don't know what is that, but it's very interesting. Those jaws are really something, to be able to get, to where, to where it is, or to get to the, below that jaw. Those are very tough bones, jaw bones, how strong they are. Okay, for some reason, she has decided that it is time to move on for some reason. I don't know if the lower ranking male is gonna come, because now it's the only chance that he's got to feed. Let's see. Yes, I think so. Is he gonna come? Looks like they're pasting. Most of them, you can see the one to the right. Usually they have a paste that they release from their anal glands, and they leave it on a twig or a grass, and that leaves a message. And the message can vary from who I am, who we are, how strong we are, and this is our territory, don't dare come here, and many more things. Yes, so it's a language that we cannot actually understand, but to hyena it's a language that tells a lot. The reason they're up like that, there is some hyenas from a different clan that approached, but I think because there were only two, the standoff actually chased them away, so they have ran away. Cassie, I'll answer your question. Yes, about 50 kilometers an hour they can run, and they can hold that for quite a while. I'm staying around here to see what happens. Let's see what's happening else on this live safari.
Welcome to the other side of the Mara. We have the grey-crested crane. Busy feeding and foraging, walking over into this marshland here. These birds are omnivorous. They will eat plant seeds, insects, and small fishes. Sometimes they even eat the eggs of the aquatic life that is in the water. Grey-crested cranes, or the Ugandan cranes as they call it, because the national bird of Uganda, are highly endangered. It's one of the most endangered birds that we have across. They're evenly distributed all over Africa, but then these birds, the reason why they're endangered, or they came from near vulnerable to endangered, is because they are menace to farmers. Look at how they are grazing. So when the fresh shoots pop up on the ground, as soon as the farmers have planted, they get to eat that. I like the way they walk. Look at how they stamp their feet when they walk. So it's a behavior commonly witnessed in the cranes, because when they walk and stamp their feet, they distract prey or insects, and that is quickly eaten. The one closest to us, that is the young one. See the mother looking around. So interesting thing, their chicks are precocial. Precocial means that when the chicks hatch, after hatching, they can run around and round. So it's very, very important for terrestrial birds that nest on the ground to be precocial. That meaning that whenever they hatch, they have to be mobile. This helps them to protect or cover away from predators. We have other birds that when they hatch, the chicks have to be taken care of by the moms. Randy, thank you so much for your question. The sound they make is a very, very unique sound. Actually, it says that they have something like an amplifier on their throat. Very, very interesting call. And interesting thing is that when they are courting, they have that kind of a dance when they display their wings, fluffing of their wings in a unison kind of a dance, which is very, very interesting to see. Especially the males will do that kind of display when they're enticing the females. Very, very beautiful looking birds. I like the crest. So the young ones adapt by watching over the adults as they move around. It's always nice when you see them out here in the wild, because knowing that they're endangered. So the numbers we see here are actually coming up, which is a good sign. And we always like in June, and seeing these birds whenever they forage. So they pair for life. You find the male and the female walking all together, and they'll take responsibility when they're raising their young, like this chick here. I would say it's a sub-adult or a juvenile in other terms. There's one further off to the main road, and I think it's from the same family. Sometimes they wander off, but I'm sure the mom, the dad, look at what he's looking at. He's just carefully watching over. Mary, thank you for your question. Their head feathers are actually soft. They're soft, not as wiry and hard. They're super soft. Very unique looking bird. I like these kind of birds because whenever you see them, actually, you know that they play a vital role in this ecosystem. They're the keystone species here. We have lots of keystone species. We have elephants, and of course these birds also play a vital role in ensuring that we have a balance in this ecosystem. So when these birds are nesting, they will always construct their nests in or the middle of a water source, like a marsh area or a pond, where it's away and safe from the predators. As these two cranes take care of this juvenile, walking around feeding, we'll take you over to another safari vehicle.
Good morning, everybody. What a different scheme we have going today. Good morning, my name is Kyle. Behind camera is Glenn. Welcome to Tswalu Kalahari. And look what we have been presented with this morning. In comparison to all the sunny mornings that we've had, we definitely have something different. A little bit of cloud cover will ensure the meerkats stay there a little bit longer. We're going to be visiting the rock stars this morning, doing a little update, seeing how everybody is. We haven't visited them for 2 or 3 mornings, so we thought it is only but fit to go say hello. And then after that, after we had a morning coffee with them, we'll see what the Kalahari can present us with. Hope everybody has had a fantastic rest and is ready and energized for this morning's sunrise safari. It actually looks like we might have a drop or two, Glenn. At Glenn's lodging facility, he said he had 8 raindrops last night. That's great news for us because it shows us that the weather patterns are starting to shift into the summer rainfall. And hopefully we have early rains. That's what we would like. That would be number 1 prize. A bit of early rains to kind of kickstart all this growth and all the development of the vegetation. And then, boom, hopefully our annual rains that just gives everything the oomph it needs to grow. We'll start seeing a lot of grass cover being created, a lot of tiny little flowers coming out, everything busting out with leaves. And fingers crossed, it is on its way. But definitely makes for a different feeling for a morning game drive. It's always nice when you can feel the energy and you can take it all in. And it's ever changing, which is fantastic for us. Keeps us a bit cooler. Yesterday, myself and Glenn were getting very hot in the car. So this cloud cover is much welcomed, very welcomed. clear, what are the common trees that will be growing in spring? So the blackthorn has lost quite a lot of the leaves, and we've been in the flowering period of this specific small to medium shrub. This will bust out in an array of green in the next coming weeks. This little bush over here as well will also lot of leaves. A mix of the rainy season produce little yellow and orange flowers. This is raisin bush, a very important bush here that the San people would have used back in the day for various things. And we will take a look at some of the elements or some of the tools that the San people would have used this specific bush for. So those guys, and then there's a few other ones in the area that we will take a look at. We've looked at three thorn. They're all just holding remnants of somewhat of leaves. But as soon as that rain comes, that's when you have this emergence of life. And we are ready. We've strapped in, myself and Glenn have taken our seatbelts, and we are strapped in and we are ready. But as you can see there, Glenn, can you get that? There's actually a little bit of rainfall falling on the western side. And see these lines or these striations coming down from that dark layer. And that's a little bit of rain there falling in the western sections. Fantastic.
All right, I hope they have some rain in Tswalu. We are here and something amazing has just happened. Everybody has left the hyena diner and the kill is all by itself. There is nobody as in the scavengers or the hyena themselves. Everybody has left. Now I'm waiting for the vultures to arrive. One has arrived, but it flew off to my right. It's off camera, so we cannot share, but I'm waiting for the vultures to come and maybe the lower ranking hyena to come back. But apart from the hyena diner, we do have these zebras, and you can tell they're everywhere. All those white dots you see there are zebras. Look at that, all spread out, all meeting around, grazing, having a very happy morning. And most of them must be saying, phew, thank you for surviving the night, because that is the most scary part of the day, and also when most predators are very, very active. That is a zebra, and he's got a tumor on its belly, as you can see. It's a growth. Doesn't look to be bothering him, so he's quite healthy by the looks. They're all happy. It looks like there's some delicious grass there, so they've put all their heads there, putting all effort to finish it. This is, the Masai Mara, and we're in the Mara Triangle, and something very interesting has just happened in the past few days where, the wildebeest have come back, the zebra are back. I don't know for how long they'll be staying. It is very good for me, but not for a very good, for my colleagues down in Serengeti, because I don't know when they'll be there, and I'm sure they are waiting for them. Most of the zebra here are headed towards the river. Others are headed towards the plain. So it's going to be very interesting few coming days and weeks to see how much longer they stay here, or, when they go back. For me, this is the first time where, they have prolonged their stay here. Usually this time of the year, we only have a handful, but by the looks, we have hundreds of thousands. They are spread out everywhere. It is very good for all our predators because they are still continuing with their, feasting time. And so, it is very healthy for them. All the zebras now have started moving. I think they're going towards the river. And while they do that, I'm gonna wait a little bit. And while I do that, let's see what is happening in our other live location.
Well, down here in Juma in the Sabi Sands, not too much just yet. It's still quite quiet, but it's beautiful. It's absolutely stunning. Hey everyone, it's me, Trishala, and I've got a paw on camera this wonderful morning in Juma. Doomy and gloomy. No, not doomy, just gloomy. It's about 20 degrees Celsius, 68 degrees Fahrenheit, and the rain has brought all this green, which I'm so excited about. As we're driving through, the grass is getting so much greener. It's pushing through. There's still the brownie bits, but it's just awesome. Here is a russet bush willow also just poking out little bits of green all over the place. And there's white berry bushes that I don't see any around right here, but they are also so green. And just a week ago, there was nothing on them. So the rain has really done its job, and we're very happy. Of course, there were some mushrooms that have popped out as well. You know, that makes me happy. Look at this. So lovely. What a bright green. It's a very peaceful morning. Very peaceful indeed. But you know, mornings that start like this, before you know it becomes chaos with sightings all over the place. So I'm really appreciating this peace this morning. Gorgeous. So we're on the western side of Juma. For now, we swung past the hyena den, which is inactive for the moment. But once we've done the west, we'll come back this way and check it out again. The lichen looks brighter. The silver cluster leaves have these little silver balls at the end of their branches. It's just wonderful. If we look over my head on this side, there's a weeping wattle. He's got little new leaves coming up as well. I'm just going to excuse our rain roof pole there, because as you know, we're expecting some more rain. Look at that. Brand new life popping out all over the place, and I will definitely point more out as we go along in the west.
Welcome again to the Mara. Now we have a hippo walking on the land. Previously we had some hippos in the water. It's not unusual though to see hippos walking at this time of the day, because some of them might have gone a long distance away to graze and then returning back to the water. But this is still a long way to the river, but we have a little pond here, or a marsh area where there's big mass of water. Sometimes these hippo bulls might be displaced from the river. Rival males will come and fight off dominant males, and when the victor gets to own a place, then the one that has fallen out has to go and look for somewhere suitable for them to stay. Sometimes when you encounter such bulls, you find that they have marks, scars on their body from fights that have ensued from the previous male or whoever they fought with. See this big guy here. Seems like he's seen another hippo in the pond there. I'm not sure if he's going to join in or maybe walk back to the river. Depending on availability of food, that is grass, which they eat, sometimes during the rains, they'll not walk far from the river. But after, when it gets dry, like right now, it's almost getting dry, but we still had some showers previously, like about 3 days ago. They will walk as far away, and it's reckoned that they can do a round trip of about 30 kilometers back from the river and out on land. These bulls are territorial. They use the same path or different path along the river to go and graze. And as they walk to go and graze, they will mark their territory. So other bulls or other intruders will know that this is a no-go zone. But within the herd or the pod or the raft of hippos, there's some younger bulls that will submit to the big bull. So they have to keep a close eye because the dominant bull is the one that is responsible for the entire herd. So here, I think that he's gone a long distance, and I think that he's going to be in the river right just behind those bushes. You can see that he stopped to eat. It's always nice to see them walking on land, especially at this time of the day or maybe in the evening. So as you go find something else, I'm going to send you over to another safari vehicle.
All right, there is some beautiful kudu ladies, the greater kudu female. There's a little group of 5 of them here, busy nibbling away and having breakfast. Good morning. Very beautiful. That jaw working in a sideways motion to grind down that vegetative matter. Those big ears projected towards us. Now with a bit of wind like us today, they have to be especially vigilant. And those ears will be very important tools. Glenn, can I ask you to punch in just a little bit more there for us? If you folks take a look now, with this wind you would have quite a lot of disturbance being made within the ear opening. If you've ever walked into the wind or crosswind, you'll hear that the wind rushing past your ear opening creates quite a lot of disturbance. And if you look at in the central part of the ear there, that white section coming down on the left-hand ear that you're looking at now, actually the right-hand ear, but the left-hand ear in frame, that is hair that minimizes on the wind disturbance so that the disturbance isn't affecting the animal's hearing. Obviously a very important sense for an animal like this. It's nice elongated stripes going across her body. Those are shadow stripes or disruptive markings, breaking that animal up as a whole. And a long fluffy tail. So they're busy eating off the 3 thorns. Getting a little bit of grub in this morning. There's another one that left here, Glenn. And you can see some of them actually going down to the ground. They might be picking up seeds from the blackthorn. That quick flowering time is now coming to the end. You can see a lot of the flowers starting to drop off. But now the blackthorn is producing a large amount of seeds, and we will definitely take a look at it. It's unbelievable how a plant of a medium-sized plant produces such a high volume, or high amount of seeds. Oh my word, we've got raindrops. Any bit of water in the Kalahari is welcomed. So hopefully we do have some rain on its way, and then we'll show you folks on a beautiful transformation from this typical Kalahari brown dormant phase to lush, vibrant, thriving vegetation. But look how that animal sneaks away. All right, Glenn, should we move on, Glenn? I think let's move on. We are continuing up west over here. You can see the road in front of me. Continuing west, and on the top of that dune, that's where we're going to be parking and then looking for the rock stars.
Hello again. We have heard more reports of a leopard calling now from the dam cam. If you don't know what that is, it is a camera situated, unsurprisingly, given its name, at a dam near our camp. And it's got a very sensitive microphone attached to it, and was in fact moving back towards the west as opposed to the east. So we're going to head back.
Well, we have moved slightly because the hyena diner wasn't very welcoming for some reason, but all in all, we have something else to share. Look at this. We've come across this huge herd of wildebeest that are just spread out everywhere. Look at this. Yeah, they're just as far as you can see. Just have a look, you know, everywhere. It's just wildebeest, 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 zebra, zebra. And this is all part of the migrating herds. This is a natural wonder. Well, something happened there. Got spooked, the one on the mound. Yeah, it's a natural wonder that happens once a year, and it lasts almost 3 months. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, all left the termite mound. Look at this. I hope you're enjoying this. Remember to talk to us, #WildEarth, or you can send in your kids' question at kidsquestion at Wild Earth TV. Comments are also very welcome. All these are supposed to be out of here, but there is enough for them to eat, so they're staying. I'm not complaining. Usually a good sign that they're going to stay longer is the zebra, because usually they lead they are the ones that usually lead them back to the Serengeti, but they are here. I know this is wonderful, but we also have more live locations.
From the zebras and the wildebeest, we come across a herd of impalas who are also slowly grazing towards the river. Now in this harem here, we have one big ram that is commonly dominant and keeping the ewes together. I like the way they flash their tails there. They've picked a very nice spot where at least it's close to the river, the grass is super soft. They're enjoying their breakfast here. So around January, you find that the rams from the bachelor herds, because rams always stick around by themselves, they'll start beginning to be aggressive against one another. So fighting over, chasing one another for what's cooked them. So that will enhance or make them hard and bold enough to come and challenge the dominant ram in these harems. So around May, you'll see the big ram that is dominant for this harem chasing the younger males out of this harem, because the rams, when they get about 2.5, almost 3, they're kicked off by the dominant rams. And some of the bachelor will come trying to find out this guy and kick him out. But the rest of the year, you'll find these harems in control by one dominant ram. So these impalas, sometimes their herds can increase or decrease depending on Claire, thank you so much for your question. I'll say the number is equal, about 50-50. It's only that when you come across a harem, you only see the youth and one ram. So most of these are pushed off to a bachelor herd. Those are the rams. Sometimes you find rams consist of about even 20, 40. I've seen a herd of about 60. So I'll say that it's almost an equal number of male and both females. The dominant ram has to make sure that they don't walk out from his territory. These rams establish their territory about 1.5 or 2 kilometers square, so depending with his strong self. Sometimes these territories can be bigger than that. And this ewes love to walk within the established territory. We have him just right next to us. He's a very handsome looking species. Look at him walking towards us. He's made sure that the females are in a safe place. So now he's walking slowly. Look at him. He's sniffing some of the... He's marking his territory now. I mean, yes, we come across bachelor herds of impala, and along this place we've come across, this is a herd that I've always seen here, and sometimes you find bachelor herds not far from the harems. Yes, we do come across those herds. So it's not unusual, it's actually very, very common to see bachelor herds, and sometimes you'll see them chasing one another, fighting off, sparring, and which will be nice if we come across a bachelor herd. Look at how he's walking in a majestic posture. So these males, they don't stay for long with these harems. So their tenure don't last that long. So say maybe a year. And it's interesting when during the mating season, he can only last for about 10 to 12 days within those harems, because all the time he keeps on defending those females from younger males or intruding bachelors who come in wanting to mate with the females. And the reason why his tenure doesn't last is because he doesn't eat that much. He keeps on watching over, tracing over the males. So he's weak and not strong. So the young bachelors that come in will challenge him off. And sometimes you find this, the ones that have been ousted from the harems end up being solo, eating or grazing by themselves. It's a very, very interesting behavior when you watch the harem and when the male interacts with the females. See those young ones playing? And we sit here watching these impalas. Let's take you over to another safari vehicle.
Well, always nice to see some impala and they're young. Look at what we found amongst all the wildebeest and zebra. A gray-headed heron, and you can tell he's dead still. Reason? There is something in that bush, and if he makes a movement, it might not come out. He has spotted it, it is hiding, but he's staying dead still so that it can come out whatever it is. It could be a mouse, it could be a grasshopper, it could be a snake. He moved slightly, changed the angle. Yeah, looking down. At the same time, from a distance, you can hear the sound of the zebra and wildebeest. Okay. Looks like he's gonna be there for a little bit, but that is a technique they use where they go dead still. So whatever is around, can move, and so they can. Sonia, Jambo, you want to know or find out, how big is the population of gray herons, or the number? I won't lie to you. I've never kept count. I don't know if anybody has ever, and it could be a little bit tricky to keep count of such kind of species unless you're doing some research. But the good news is that there are very many. There's no shortage of them at all. Sometimes they're actually a nuisance. When you go to the marshy area, they're just everywhere, left, right, and center. Yes, there are very many. Look at this water site. What do you think about this, guys? It is lovely. Yes, they love the road. They come there and it's like they've stepped on something. They just feel their hooves on different kind of ground, and they stop there, and like it's look left, right. What is this? What is happening? Is it real? And then move on. That is the call of a zebra. Sounds like a dog barking. Yeah, that's how it sounds, like a bark, and that could be a stallion. And it's quite an interesting one, because if you look on his neck, he lacks the mane. You see that, Bungay? There is nothing, and that's a sign that he wasn't very healthy. Most unhealthy zebras lack that, and when they become healthy, they start growing it. So maybe he was in a bad situation, and he's getting back, and he's getting back his life. Looks like a beautiful stallion, though. Yeah, they're everywhere. I'm just loving this. Hope you're doing the same. Some very pale females there passing. Is it snappy? Is it? You want to know if all these zebra are from the same herd? We call it a dazzle, collective noun. No. But what happens is that when they're on the move, they form large groups, and then when they stop to graze, the males, pull out or gather their females together, which is sometimes a very difficult task, and sometimes very easy, because he just needs to walk away and all the females follow him. But it is different dazzles, different herds, so they don't all belong to one. Look at how busy the wildebeest are here. All are spread out. Everybody enjoying the morning sun, happy to be alive. The night is the most scariest time of day and of the whole day, and so when the morning comes, they love it. Look at their white beard, stands out. This is an animal that lives for almost 18 years, and of all those 18 years, maybe some of them have made 16 migrations, so they're very experienced. And every year, females give birth. So in a lifetime, a female might give birth almost to 18. I would say maybe not, they won't give to 18, maybe 13 or 12. Of those 12, maybe 8 will reach maturity. So, they do very, very well. Zebras give birth year-round. They always have foals, and so you always see young ones like that one to the left of the wildebeest. Looks like it's only about 6 months. They have that brownish color when they're still young. Then it gets darker as they age. Yeah, doesn't like the wildebeest, so it has to get away from them. I don't know why. Yeah, when the zebras are amongst, the wildebeest, they usually look very relaxed for some reason. I think they know that lions will take them as a priority. You can tell that that is a dazzle, and it is heading away. Dr. Jumbo, I would say they're in the same family. They're in the same family, but donkeys were domesticated long time ago, and the zebras, they tried, but they never succeeded. Actually, in the early 1900s, somebody in the city of Nairobi tried to domesticate a zebra to do rounds selling his, delicious bread. I don't remember his name, maybe some of you will. And he managed to distribute bread, but while trying to ride it, it is still, possessed its wild mentality of kicking and not being able to carry heavy load, so it was never domesticated. Okay, I'm staying here and enjoying this beautiful scene that I have.
Here we have got a buffalo bull. And this buffalo bull is a very restful buffalo bull. As you can see, he is alive. He's flicking his ears and his tail, and has in fact until very recently been lying on his legs with the head up, doing the cud chewing. But now the cud chewing is complete and it is time for a doze. He's got himself into some thick bush, protected from the breeze, what that there is, and I suppose he's trying to stay warm because there is this very gentle hint of rain falling out of the sky. Not sure where else it'd be falling from. Now we have come back towards our Juma Dam because there was talk of a leopard being called.
Boundary, nothing sight of Big Dam.
But unfortunately, I don't think I may have heard her again way in the distance, but I don't actually think that I did. So we've just been sat here listening. We've heard some owls calling. Giant eagle owls, the same ones we saw yesterday on foot. And I'm fairly pleased this chap wasn't in attendance yesterday afternoon when we came walking pretty much exactly past where he's sitting. It's always a good warning. Oh, and I can hear some ground hornbills as well. Ururu, ururu. So although we haven't had a collection of buffalo bulls on this reserve for some time now, since the big drought of the summer of 15-16, it's always a very good idea to remember that, of course, they could be anywhere, especially as we head out on foot more frequently now. I think he's also got a friend on his nose, you see that? Yes. I wonder what they're saying to each other. Do you think they're discussing what they did over the weekend? Or do you think that the oxpecker is trying to stare down the buffalo? It's quite cool. Rachel, yes indeed, lions would kill a buffalo when they find it lying down. A lying down buffalo is the very best kind of buffalo to try and kill because it's not standing up trying to horn you. So this chap would be particularly vulnerable to an attack by lions. But I don't think that there are any lions anywhere nearby right now. Now the oxpecker has ceased its discussion and will continue to try and pick off any blood-sucking arachnids or insects on the poor buffalo's face. Actually really quite cool. I'll sit here a bit longer and see if we can hear the leopard call again.
From the oxpecker now to a committee of vultures. Now the collective name for these birds here, very important birds in our ecosystem, is called a committee. How wonderful is that? It seems like they're having a meeting. Since one of them is playing out his wings, actually to warm them up before it's time to fly off and go find something to eat. Now we have about three species here. We have the Ruppel's griffon vulture, we have the African white-backed vulture, and we have, of course, one of the biggest vultures that we have around here called the lappet-faced vulture. I like calling it the Dracula vulture because of how he walks in a Dracula manner. It's not that there was food here, so these vultures are warming up, sunning, because during the night, especially when we don't have cloud cover, there's lots of mist and their wings get soaky, so they have to warm up their wings and see them cleaning their wings and feathers before they get to use the thermals. When the warm air come, they will use those thermals to fly and soar up in the air. This helps or enables them to use less energy when in flight. This is some other juvenile there. So most of the time you find the vultures scavenge, but they are known to get to the sickly animals. For example, if there's a wounded animal, maybe has scars, you'll see them hunching onto their backs and eating from the very scars, and sometimes those animals drop dead. So they're known not to kill like other birds of prey, but they depend mostly on scavenging. Some of these birds come from a long distance away, and in their nests they might have some chicks, so they don't carry food back to the nest. What normally happens is they will head back to their respective nesting places. Some roost on cliffs, while the Ruppel's griffon vulture, the one that is spotted there, roost mainly on cliffs. So they'll head off to the cliffs and back to their nest is where they'll regurgitate. Look at that. That is what I was talking about, the Dracula walk. Look at how he's walking. I like. This is one of the most amazing vultures. I like when he comes to a carcass and harasses the entire vultures there. So they will go back to their cliffs, or to their nest rather, and regurgitate food from the crop. They eat so much whenever they are at a carcass, and when they head back to their respective nesters, they will regurgitate food for the young ones. So the one Evelyn, thank you. It's definitely a meeting for the cleanup crew. They're contemplating on whether to clean to the east or to the west. This is super interesting. So the big vulture there is actually the one that comes into the carcass first. You find they have what we call the pecking order. We have one teeny tiny one, that's the big guy there. Used to be called the Nubian vulture, found up on the Nubian area, which is Sudan. The other name for Sudan is Nubia. So the other name for this vulture is Nubian, or we happen to call it the lappet-faced vulture. So these vultures, they play an important role in our ecosystem. If we didn't have vultures, then we'd have loads and loads of diseases. Can you imagine all the carcasses that fall from all the animals being killed, some dying from diseases, some dying from being killed by animals? They play an important role by cleaning that. So vultures, including hyenas, they are very, very important. That ecological role is important such that we don't find lots of flies, especially when you have carcasses. Kate, thank you so much for your questions. Yes, they do have some scales there. You can actually see if it's only that we are long distance away, but they do have some scales. So vultures will peck or nibble on the leftovers, on the carcasses. Look at that teeny tiny vulture there, the one with a white chest. That is the smallest vulture. We call it the hooded vulture. So as we wait here, looking when watching this committee, remember we're coming to live, #Wild Earth. On the YouTube comment section at FC, our young viewers, kids question at wildearth.tv. Let's take you over to another safari vehicle.
Our herds here also enjoying the morning, not the sun though, but the juicy vegetation. We have a nice herd of zebra as well as some impala all chilling out together. Really nice and peaceful. They must really be enjoying themselves. I wonder to them what it feels like when the bush changes in the way that it is already so quickly. Resources become abundant and things, I'm sure, are a little bit tastier. Also a bit of grooming going on. You can see that the impala are mixed feeders. That's why they're plucking from the trees, browsing. And you'll also see them with their heads down, grazing. As for the zebra prefer to graze. They'll be chomping on pretty much any bits they find. But of course they will prefer those fresh shoots that have come up now. There's a female that looks very pregnant in this herd. I'm not sure if I'll be able to point her out just yet. Is it you? No. When we saw her from the back, you can see very obviously that she's sticking out on the sides. Might be her on the left there. The zebra are pregnant for about a year. It's their gestation period. I'm not sure how far along the one I saw. No, the one I saw was very obvious. Very lovely. Sharon, you want to know how much a newborn zebra weighs? I'm actually not sure. We're so used to the question of how much a newborn elephant weighs, and obviously it is not the same. But an adult zebra weighs about 320 kgs or so. So a youngster, a little baby, probably weighs something between 20 to 40 kgs, but I don't know, I'm not sure. I can check for you, Sharon, though. I'll let you know this afternoon's drive. When they're born, the youngest one I've ever seen looked like maybe it was 2 months old. It was lanky and skinny, but still pretty tall, so I'm sure that the bones contribute to that birth weight as well. Plus the gestation period being that long means that it must be properly developed by the time it's born. Anyway, I'm going to move on towards Gallagher Pan, see what we can find there.
How cute is that? A small zebra. Now we come here. We've come across the 2 lionesses here eating on a wildebeest. Look at the skin of the wildebeest. Seems like it was a big fight because that wildebeest is covered in mud. And seems like a young wildebeest. It's a calf. It seems like they've eaten almost half of it. So these two are the ones that have already, are the ones that made the kill. Look at how strong that lioness is. Wow. Pulling a big chunk of meat there. So predators sometimes will ambush prey. Wow, look at that. They'll ambush prey at a waterhole, and this significantly shows that this wildebeest was actually maybe drinking and decided to run. And because the ponds here along the savannah are drying up, so that is why this wildebeest is covered in mud. Lionesses play an important role in the prides because they're the ones who do most of the work hunting. So the pride males will also be dependent on these lionesses. These lionesses are from the Mogoro pride. A few days ago we saw them trying to hunt, but it rained a lot and that made them miss out on their hunt. But today they've been successful. Seems like this has happened maybe 40 minutes ago because the carcass looks like very, very fresh, and you can see water dripping from the skin of that wildebeest. You can see the one eating now is covered with mud on her face. Look at her legs there. She's also in mud. Seems like they had to fight a big fight running around or chasing these wildebeest in the mud. Can you hear the bones crunching there? Very, very strong teeth. And I'm sure the vulture that we saw earlier, so interesting. I'm sure the vulture that we saw are sure that they have to wait until these lionesses have had their full and then they join in for a feast. Beck, thank you for your question. In terms of bite force from the lion, I can't really tell, but I know we have animals that have very strong bites. But I'll not answer you right now. I'll have to check and then come to you later, but I'm not sure on the bite force from the lion. Bex, I'll go back to your question. So the lion biting force is about 650 psi pressure per square inch. 650 pressure per square inch. Wow, I can hear them crunching. So when they eat, lionesses at a go one sitting can eat up to 22 kilograms. The big male lions who are bigger than the lionesses can eat up to 35 kilos in one go. So let's say, for example, the male was present here. He would have been the first one here to eat. Rachel, thank you so much for your question. The reason why we don't have male lions here, we have a few male lions around this ecosystem and they walk a lot. They have big territories and sometimes they walk from territory to territory And where they can find some food, or sometimes they can even hunt on their own. So these two were lucky just to be by themselves and to hunt. But we do have male lions. It's only that he might be, or the male lions might be far from this sighting here. Look, their faces covered in mud. It's so interesting. Seems like they're enjoying this food here. Keep on twisting and turning to get a good place to feed. You can barely see them. Actually, when we were driving here, we couldn't see these lionesses. So that has played an important role, because when they were hunting, presumably they were hiding or concealing themselves in this long grass, and that's the reason why they're able to ambush the wildebeest. We have other wildebeest not far from here, unaware of this lion's presence. So another advantage when we have a population of a species like the wildebeest, if they lose one member, then there's surety for them when they walk away from that sighting. Because let's say, for example, it's only like 2, then when one goes, then there will be no time to get another one to reproduce. But these big numbers also play an important role for the success of the other ones. Even though one has gone down, sometimes they do what we call swarm intelligence. They'll swarm in a big number, and that will force the predator to run away from them. I've seen the swarm intelligence working so well when one big herd of about 40 was being stalked by lions, and they happened to turn back and ran towards the lions, and lions abandoned the chase and took cover. Here, those canines slicing through the flesh. I'm still going to wait here a little bit and see what will happen, and see if hyenas might come, or maybe the vultures might decide to join in as we take you over to another safari vehicle.
We've swung around here to Gallagher Pan, and we have our 2 lapwing friends, as usual. I'm also hearing some interesting sounds. That's why it's always good to stop for even the littlest thing, or even for nothing at all, just to stop and listen. I heard a squirrel alarming just now, and I was so sure that I heard some baboons. But it was not obvious, and it was quite far away. So it's important to just take it a little easy. Plus, it's been such a peaceful morning, and I'm enjoying it so much. I think it just lends itself to listening. And not to the sound of the vehicle, but to the sound of the birds and everything else out here. I'd love to see if these lapwings, I think it is a pair, the both of them are around Gallagher Pan quite a bit. I'd like to know if they have a little one. There's a tiny little lapwing chick on quarantine, or at least there was. I haven't seen it in a while. And it's also been rainy, so maybe it's been seeking some shelter. Can you see the green grass popping out? Oh, I just love it. It makes me so excited. See how the whole bush transforms. the lapwing seems mostly uninterested in that. We have a spider friend that's been in the vehicle since we started this morning, and our spider friend has finally gotten onto our dash. It's right here, Paul. Very well camouflaged. Its web has been into my mouth, flying all over the place. Right here. So well camouflaged. Look at that. That's amazing. Really well camouflaged. And we're going to see all these things burst out of the bush, and I can't wait.
We've come back to Biffleshoek Waterhole now, where we started off. And we've got a grey heron there. And the reason we've done this is that we drove back towards the dam cam, sat for a while, listened, heard a leopard calling back here. Certainly in this direction. And so, I don't know, I think we're just going to sit here until we hear it again. The leopard's calling all over the place at the moment. And obviously there's a bit of territorial play going on. Probably because of the rain. So I think we'll just lurk here for a little while, observe the heron, enjoy the atmosphere. Let's confess the water here is starting to smell a bit. Their patience is quite phenomenal. Let's see if she catches a frog. Yum, yum. I'm having to move that carefully to the dinner table. You can hear some lovely sounds. Magpie shrikes. Red-billed buffalo weavers, brown-hooded kingfisher, doves, obviously. Orange-breasted bushshrike. But no notable sawing call from a leopard. Pity for you, pity for you, pity for you, is the brown-hooded kingfisher. Donovan, as I always say, there could be. You don't know if there aren't any crocodiles in here. Crocodiles move fairly substantial distances sometimes. So while we don't normally see crocodiles in here, you never, ever, ever assume in any African ecosystem that there is no crocodile in the water just because there wasn't one yesterday or the day before or indeed the year before that. You always assume that there is a crocodile. There's another heron coming in. That's why that one's hunched up. Ooh. Ooh. So the first one is obviously smaller and is a juvenile. Might soon be dead. Goodness. Shame. What a nasty little bullying... I nearly said a bad word there. Very unkind. It's roosted, the youngster, up in a tree to the right-hand side of where that beastly bully is sitting. That's really quite remarkable. the difference in size was really quite substantial. Now, the other thing that plays out at these waterholes on a daily basis, and I haven't figured out why exactly, is that the blacksmith lapwings chase the three-banded plovers continuously. And I've just watched it happen now. I don't think that BK will be able to get it because the plover's just flown into a position out of sight. But I'll keep you posted because I'm sure you're all really desperate to see it. Oh, I must just say that yesterday on the walk, BK and I found this remarkable larva that looked like a beetle larva of some kind, and it flicked itself around every time you touched it. It was a way of escaping from predators. And Judy H. and... Wait, I'll get it. Wait. Judy H. and Erica Peters found that it was a click beetle larva. Now, I feel like I should have known that because it's ringing a dim bell somewhere in the recesses of my memory. Anyway, a click beetle larva is what we found, and every time I touched it, it would do this epileptic display of flicking around, and then it would stop and try and hide in the sand. And it was a click beetle larva. Thank you very much to Judy H. and Erica.
All right, just to give everybody a little update, these meerkats seem to be giving
Sorry about that, guys. I'm sure Tswalu will be up and running in no time. Here, our hairy-legged friend has decided to take a seat on our dash. We've actually found another one. It's also busy moving around the vehicle. At one point, we thought they were going to have some sort of interaction, a fight maybe. Look at the little hairs all over the body. It's called setae. And in fact, in weather like this, it helps a spider a lot because it can trap little bubbles between those hairs. Those hairs assist in amplifying their tactile sense. But because of the little bubbles, if they end up in a puddle or rain comes along, washes them away, those little bubbles keep them afloat. Even Incy Wincy Spider would have had setae to keep her afloat.
Featuring Buyatela at Ipapu.
It's almost perfectly the color of our dashboard. It's so hard to see. I've been trying to get the other one, but it's run off into my jacket. Oh well, considering it's in my jacket, I'm sure I'll find it very awkwardly as I jump and something is crawling down my back. Anyway, off we go, heading north on Gallagher Shortcut.
you're having a little hitchhiker and you don't know about it because of its well camouflaged pattern. So within this area, within the territory of these meerkats, they have multiple burrow systems. And these burrow systems can be utilize at different parts of the day and different parts of the month. So we are going to be checking this burrow behind me, but it's a very, very vast area, and to find these guys when they do go walkabout can be a bit of a challenge. And that's nature. Challenge is good. It tests oneself, especially your skill set and your understanding, your knowledge. And we do have a little bit of extra help from our tracking team this morning. They're busy checking on another 2 colonies within the area. But the rock stars is the one that we want to find, and hopefully they are at this burrow system. This is the burrow system in the beginning where Dylan had them, and they had that nasty little honey badger come in and raid their burrow. But hopefully lucky, and but a very vast area for these little animals. And still a bit of conditions we've got. Beautiful, keeping it cool for us. And it's like a still, very quiet, very easy morning for us here at Tswalu. It's wonderful. But how's that scenery? Wow.
We've got a really nice elephant on the right-hand side there, and I say nice because we know her. That's the short trunk cow. She and her herd have just come up onto the down wall here, and they've just walked past us. And I mean, I think the makeup of the family is exactly the same as it was since I last saw them. One youngish but largish bull, and then the 2 calves belonging to the short trunk cow. I'm just going to wait for them to go down to the water, and then I'll quickly turn around. You move like this. Apparently my voice is not moving at the same time that the sound is reaching your ears, so we will just stay on the animal. Is that all right, BK? If I go forward, we're going to end up in the water. Probably not best. I'm sure you'll agree. So, for those of you who've never met her before, that elephant probably lost the tip of her trunk to a snare at some stage of her life. And for, I don't know, a few months, I think in the summer of 2015, 2016, she was around a lot. And that little one obviously was not quite as big as it is now. In fact, she didn't have that little one. That's right. She only had the second one. And that little one was born, I think, I don't know, must be 2 years ago now. And then I haven't seen her for a long time. And you can see that the trunk is still perfectly serviceable, although she's lost the little fingers that are on the end of it, so she won't be able to pick up small marulas. I've seen her eating marulas, but she has to suck them up and then spray them into her mouth. And she's the matriarch of this little herd. That bull's got a lot bigger. I'm assuming it's the same chap. Quite possibly also her son. No, it can't be her son. That's a ridiculous thing to say. I think she's in the region of 25-ish, and that bull is about 20, I'd say. So unless her growth is stunted, I really don't think that can be her son. I could be wrong, though. I could have their ages mixed up. I don't know why else he'd be with them, though, because he's not a big mature bull. Hello, Tyler. Yes, indeed, an elephant's diet does change with season, because it would be impossible for any herbivore out here to eat exactly the same thing all year round, because some things just simply don't occur all year round. So an elephant in the wintertime eats a lot of bark and roots and sticks and pods that it can find on the ground, and in summer it'll eat mostly grass Obviously green leaves and fruits if it can get them. It's a sort of vague idea of how it changes, but yeah, no, it changes substantially throughout the year. If you listen carefully, you can almost hear her wheezing. She's not wheezing, but you know, the trunk just does make a strange sucking sound from time to time. Hello, Sassy Cassie. An elephant takes between 1 and 3 years to fully learn to control the trunk. There are many, many tens of thousands of muscles and nerve fibers in the trunk that need to be coordinated in order to use... Sorry, excuse me. Just turn this radio down. In order to use the trunk. It's a little bit like a human being learning to walk or coordinate. You know how long a toddler takes to master the use of their arms and legs and how unbalanced they are when they start walking, and how long it takes them to coordinate the fine motor functions of their hands and fingers. And it's the same kind of thing. This takes a long time for the neural pathways to coordinate with all the muscles. He seems to be watching us, giving us the side eye from behind that Sisyphus bush. As a result of her trunk, she slurps. I'd love to do a Twitter poll. I don't think we should do one, but I'd love to do one on how people are affected by other people slurping. I know that in some parts of the world, slurping your drink is considered perfectly normal, and in other parts of the world, it is the kind of sound that drives other people into an absolute frenzy of disgust. Well, this poor elephant can't help slurping. She's lost the tip of her trunk, courtesy of human beings. And off they go. I still think we should remain here for a little bit longer to see if we can hear that leopard call again, because finding tracks in this weather is almost impossible because there's this hard crust on top of the road.
You know, sounds never lie, and if that leopard is calling, I'm sure James will be able to find it soon or later. Now, here in the Mara, we're still with our lionesses and they're eating. They've managed to eat almost half of this wildebeest. Now, because of the grass, it's really concealed. You can't even tell if there's a lion from a distance. We have our vultures still waiting, and I'm sure they know that after these lions are full, they'll walk off and they might find something to eat. Hyenas too might come in, because as soon as the vultures start soaring up in the air, that is an indication that there's something to eat, and hyenas will also follow that. If, for example, there might be young lions, male lions that have become nomadic because they've walked out or been kicked out from their pride, they do scavenge at times. And because of the hyenas and vultures soaring up in the air, that is an indication that there's food. And that's how those young lions get to find food also, because they become scavengers and also hunt on their own before they become prime males in a certain or specific pride. Still hear them slicing the flesh. They take on from this very softer tissues as they carry on with their muscles and the big cartilage. So with an exception of horns and hooves, they don't eat that. They eat the rest, also excluding the intestine matter, because part of that is more of plant matter that has been digested by these wildebeest. So they'll only puncture that and then get to eat the outer layer of the intestines. You can hear them slicing through. Look at that, how she's pulling off the flesh. Who knows how many times they've missed out before they got to this kill. And it's reckoned out of 5 attempts, 1 might be successful. Sometimes they can even go for 2-3 days, even 4, without a meal. Remember, we're coming to you live, #WildEarth. For our young viewers, kids question at wildearth.tv, on the YouTube comment question at FC. Now we're up, pulling the carcass. So they have to turn it around because part of the outer layer where the skin is full of mud. So they have to turn the carcass and get into the softer tissues and get to eat that. Still have to scan around because scavengers might come in. Marco, thank you for your question. What part of the carcass they don't eat? They will not eat the hooves, the horn, and some part of the skin is left not eaten, and the matter that is contained in the intestine, because wildebeest are herbivores, so they eat grass. So they only puncture the intestine and eat the outer layer of that small or big intestine. So the hooves and horns are not eaten, and some part of the skin. Seems like they've done a good job turning off the carcass to their preferred side, where they'll nibble or eat the softer tissues as they go through the muscle and the other parts of the flesh. These lionesses look healthy, so it seems like they've been doing a good job. So predators within this ecosystem, Serengeti, Masai Mara, they take an advantage of the herds when they're here. So when the wildebeest are around here and the zebras, they will get a good advantage to eat as much as they can before the herds head down to the Serengeti. See the vultures in the background, waiting in line because they know these lions will have to leave something. So the leftovers are the water that is eaten by the vultures. Hear them slicing through the bones and the flesh. So some of the very softer outer edges of the ribs are eaten, and then they leave the big bones. It seems like she wants to go for cover and also maybe try to get something to drink. Look at her stomach, super full. What a big lioness. Look, the face is covered with mud. So this wildebeest had run into a mud puddle, and that's the reason why you see her covered. Her legs are covered with mud. What a nice spot to come for shade. She's picked our vehicle for shade, while the other one is still busy eating there. Actually, you can't even tell there's a lion there. The long grass has done a good job, and that is how these predators get an advantage to get to close in a hand to pray. So as you wait here, let's send you over to another safari vehicle.
We're still at the waterhole. I'm going to do another 5 or 10 minutes here before moving on. No sound yet of the call of the leopard.
We're just, trying to locate answer how much speed
And so we are just observing all the hippopotamuses that have arrived here. Many hippopotamuses. And also feeling this, what feels like a thick, almost coastal mist blowing in, coming in from the east. Much more easterly than southeasterly. And I believe that this is going to be with us for most of the week. Still, my Monday morning's substantially better than 90% of other people's Monday mornings. Atul, you call a group of hippos a raft, or a school, or a pod? Or a discotheque? Did you know that, BK? Did you know that the collective noun for hippopotamus is discotheque?
No.
No, it isn't. I'm joking. Those elephants are still around. Let me just quickly turn around and let's go and have another look at them. As you can see, I've put my camouflage jacket on. This will be a 48-point turn in order to avoid careening off front or back of the damn wall. How many is that? Phew, we made it. You can see this one go off in this direction. There we are.
I'm going to keep quiet for a few seconds. Oh, no, there it goes. Oh, there it is. On the left here, do you see the little camel song playing? The beautiful, songful, melodious whistles of the Kalahari scrub robin. Oh, there's another one in the... There we go. Up a little bit. Yes. It was sitting so nicely in front of us and just singing. It's a very, very distinctive call being produced from a bird here in Tswalu. Very songful, very sharp notes. Rusty rump, very easy to recognize. Dark, dark tips at the end of the tail. And you'll see as it took off there, you would see that white being displayed throughout the trailing edge of the tail. Nice, beautiful white eyebrow and that characteristic robin-like beak. Really, really beautiful species of robin. It's the only robin that we have here. If you go south of the Orange River, you get the Cape robin chat. Bird that looks somewhat similar, also very, very songful. These birds in general are very songful birds. But really nice to see with those beautiful, beautiful colors. That rusty rump is, for me, the best. Fantastic. So just to let you guys know, we have been looking for the meerkats. Unfortunately, nothing as of yet. We went to one of these burrow system over here. We actually saw thick Cape Cobra tracks. So we think there was a bit of disturbance with this reptile, and these guys have booked it to another burrow system. So we're going to carry on. We're going to scratch around there and see what Tswalu can unearth for us.
Good man, Darby.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. Welcome back to the plains And we're here, and there is a cheetah, if you can see it, there. Very shy little guy. I've been trying to get close to him for the last maybe half hour, but he's been very elusive. Looks like a very young guy, not used to being alone, but looks very, very healthy. It's a very rocky area where he is, and it's been very tricky trying to get close to him. So I don't know how far he's gonna go. I hope he doesn't go too far for me, so I can go and try and find him. Yeah, there he is. Are you gonna go on top of that mound? Please do, please do, please do. Yeah, I hope he goes on that mound. Maybe he doesn't understand English, and so he's gonna move on all the way down. And so for some reason unknown to me, these animals are in their natural habitat, and there is nothing I can do. Sometimes they do what they do when they want. They're just in their natural habitat. There is nothing I can do. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna take you to another location while I try and get close.
Our committee of vultures are still waiting, contemplating on who will go first, how much one will eat, and maybe if they'll go back to their nest and regurgitate food to their chicks. Now here, one of the lioness has decided to take a rest, but the other one is still nibbling on the carcass. Look at how she's resting. There's enough shade. I think she got bored of us, came to the vehicle for shade, and then went back. Now, sometimes when two lionesses are eating, or maybe depending on the predator, they will take turns to look around. I've seen that a lot with cheetahs, where one will eat while the other is still watching around for predators, because they're the bottom list of the food chain, and sometimes we find what we call kleptoparasitism, where we find predators snatching or taking away other predators' food. Because these lions are in the apex predator, they're not worried at all of anything that can come to take over this carcass. But sometimes, even though they are big and the apex, they fall to a disadvantage from the hyenas, who sometimes come and mob them and take away their food. You can hear us crushing the bones there. So some vultures are leaving this sighting. I think they want to go up on a tree. I can hear the flapping. So this lioness has stopped eating to watch around the vultures. Let's see what she will do. Is she going to drink, or maybe still go back to the food as we take you over to another safari vehicle?
I shall wear you now.
There is Tlalamba, everybody. Thank goodness we found her. Our ears were pretty accurate, our eyes not so much. And thankfully, the leopard was found by none other than the great Tristan Dix, who is currently in Buffelshoek Hook. Well, he's not currently at Buffelshoek Hook, he's currently behind us on a vehicle's tracker seat, but you know what I mean. Buffelshoek Hook is the reserve to the north of Djuma. There she goes. Wonderful. Now, unfortunately, she is in one of her jumping around, running around moods, and she's heading into an area where we have very little signal, but we will keep following her for as long as we can. It's just a tail moving at the moment. Just try and top here, BK, because if we go down there, we're going to get nothing. Let's just quickly I'll go a little bit forward. You can have a view of Tristan there on the front of the car. She's just walked in there. Let me move again. If we do lose signal, I apologize in advance.
Alrighty, beautiful giraffe in view. We actually had the giraffe and a southern oryx in the same frame, but then the oryx decided, no, I'm going to move off. We actually have a few little young ones tucked up in the grass, and we're just waiting until we can catch a view. Should I pull forward for us a little bit, Glenn? A little bit. Okay, folks, just hold on there for me. Just going to pull the vehicle slightly forward so we can have a better view of this amazing creature. Fantastic. Busy having an early morning nibble. Like he's busy feeding off the seed pods from the blackthorn. So his nimble lips enable him to get through and in between the thorns. And a beautiful southern oryx. Very long horns. And with that animal in frame and how it's looking at us, I want you folks to look at its horns. Take a look how the horns project from the head. And they've got this slight curve, almost making a bell shape. That's typical of a female. Her horn structure, it's not always a foolproof plan to use, but look how thin and look how long those horns are. Extremely long. But females typically have this bell shape within the horn, being thinner and longer than the males. And then if you look very carefully in between the hind legs, oh, hello little one. Fantastic. Wow. So we can see nice and clearly, we have seen young oryx, but you can see how that tawny color allows this little one to blend in. If it sits down in between the grass, it disappears. Where mom will leave it. Oh, there's another one. Must be another female's baby. Twins is not a very common occurrence in oryx. Busy cleaning it. Yeah, it's really special to see young oryx, especially on how close we are. With Tswalu's vastness, animals just have this natural urge, this natural urge is still within them to be wild. They don't stand still. So having them this close and watching the behavior, especially of little ones, is really special. So you would have seen from yesterday Topi being quite aggressive. And antelope need to be quite aggressive when they're feeding. They need to stimulate the milk flow. And that's where you'll have that behavior of the little one almost head-butting mom, unfortunately, in very tender parts. But a little drink is what it needs now. How amazing. So from a distance we saw these little guys, or small young oryx, a couple of days ago. But that is just such a treat. Fantastic.
Our leopard is just behind us. We did lose signal, so I'm really loath to even move, but there she is. You see her, BK? Yeah, you got her. So she's been running all around this area this morning. Ooh, it looks like stalking behavior. Maybe she's seen a bunny or a duiker. You can hear the lovely call of the crested barbet in the background there. Right, we're going to have to move now, everyone. So if you lose us, I apologize.
This lion has gone back to eating while the other one is drinking water across the road. Now, after a very big meal or whatever they've eaten, lions will definitely go to drink. See that one there? Drinking. I think I might try to see if I can move a little bit closer. As we hold on, just not, I don't want to scoop him harder. Let's see. Yes, see that he drinking. He stopped. Gone back to drinking. Look at how interesting that is. So after this, she will go down to rest. While the other sister will at least maybe try to pull the carcass over to a shed area, or maybe they'll go head back where they can rest and guard the meal. So they'll take turns to eat and rest. And after the meal is already like devoured entirely, they will leave that scene and walk to another place where they'll hide or maybe rest for the rest of the day. She's watching over her sister and see if she'll walk. See, when they urinate, they have to mark the place where they've been. That is usual, typical for lions. That is a sign of marking territory. And if another lion comes there, they'll get the scent. Or sometimes you find lions from the same pride will come and also do the same. So this is one of the Mugoro lionesses. So they've had a very good morning, good breakfast, a wildebeest. So she'll go somewhere where she'll start cleaning herself. And I'm sure by the time we come in the evening, she'll all be clean. Is that a shady spot? Yes, she might decide to rest there, or maybe not. Can hear her panting heavily. This is so interesting. How cool is that? So, I'll still turn around, maybe get to a good position. Oh, she's picked the vehicle shade. I didn't get the name quite clearly, but you find there's some behavior from humans that will make lions attack vehicles. But as you've seen the lioness walking close to us, they don't see the occupants of vehicle, so they only see the entire structure. So if I did something that will spook her, she might do what we call a reflex and maybe attack me. But not that we've encountered here. We don't see lions attacking vehicles, but yes, they can attack people in the vehicle. Let's say, for example, a lioness with cubs, and then you cut them across, or maybe try to shout or be loud, they will always be aggressive towards these vehicles. But because these lionesses, they were once small, teeny tiny cubs, so when they're walking around from pride area to pride area, or within that pride area, they were walking close to vehicles, and so they've become habituated to vehicles, and that's the reason why she came that close to the vehicle, because she's grown up knowing these vehicles never attack them or never do any harm to them. This lioness is still going for it. Look at the flash there. She's turned it round, and we're still going to watch what she'll do, if she's going to take it to cover or maybe go drink water, as we take you over to another safari vehicle.
They're hiding away.
He's gone
Well, I
stepping
have.
south of my position.
Put that softer. I have the most giraffes I've ever seen on Juma, and there's a couple of youngsters just hiding behind that bush that are necking. It is amazing. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 behind me all together. I just want you to watch these. Look, these young boys. They're play necking. This is the most I've ever seen in one go ever, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 giraffes. I wish they would pop out from behind a tree so we can have a good look at them. Oh, there's 4 behind there. So necking is a dominance display, and the males will hit their necks against each other. And that's why it's important for them to have a weighty head. There they go again. Extra knobs you see on the head, those little calcium deposits that add so much weight to the head that it'll assist them when they're doing this kind of thing, because it's kind of like a chain on a ball. If you have a heavy ball, you swing that chain around the giraffe's neck, in this case, it can really inflict some injury. Oh, it looks so awkward. They're being quite gentle. It can get much more brutal than this. I'm just astounded at the amount of giraffes I'm seeing in one go. Looks like they're dancing. The Natal spurfowl are very excited, clearly, at the necking giraffes. Come on, step out, step out. Momo, you'd like to know if necking bruises their necks? Yeah, it gives them nasty injuries. Because remember, their head also has those ossicones in them. And the flinging around of the head and those 2 protrusions hitting into the neck of another, it will really, really hurt. stepped out into the open. Show us what you've got. Look at that. Such interesting behavior. It's so nice to see it in the youngsters. The amount of giraffes around me is absolutely astounding. I'm going to sit with them for a little longer.
West, southwest.
Right, we've managed to get to a position where Tlalamba is, well, slightly behind a tree, but at least she is not moving. She's on a termite mound, and I've actually seen her on this very mound before. The only really unfortunate thing about having lost you when we did is that she started to call, and she gave a really fairly deafening snore. Do you think that's her looking at my impression of her voice and not thinking very much of it? Sorry, my dear. I didn't mean to cast aspersions on your singing voice. It's quite gravelly, though. I really like the colour of a leopard in this kind of light. The softly lit background just after sunset or just before sunrise, or this kind of overclouded weather in this vegetation just really makes that gold pop, I think. It's much more subtle than it can be otherwise. Hello, Hammond. Leopards can go without a meal for as long, 5 minutes to a week. It just depends on what they've eaten. So it's exactly the same as if you happen to have eaten a big meal, you won't need to eat for a while. But if you've only eaten a very small peanut after a hiatus of 2 days, you're going to be hungry immediately. So it is with a leopard. If they kill a termite and eat that, it's not going to last very long. But if they whack an impala and eat that, well, that's going to last them probably a good week. Very special now. I know you can hear all the birds. You're just going to hear a bit of ruffling as I cover myself up with my rain skirt because the water is starting to come out of the sky. There we go. I wonder how long she'll rest there for. I think she can hear the elephants. I'm sorry her face isn't in view, but it's not actually possible to get it in view at this stage. But we'll enjoy the juxtaposition of her golden pelage with that of the termite mound. Hello, Karen. A jaguar is not found in the same place as a leopard. So a jaguar is a South American species, but they're from the same genus. Well, they certainly used to be. I'm not sure if they still are. I'm pretty sure they still are pantheras. I'm 99% sure they are. And so they are relatively closely related, and I don't know, I'm assuming they have a common ancestor rather than having evolved the same camouflage strategy for similar kind of habitats. And I don't know when that last common ancestor died out, but it is interesting given how completely different their distribution is that they have adopted or maintained the same kind of strategy. The jaguar is also bigger than a leopard. Its rosettes are wider, and so it's got a much more obviously, I suppose we've got fewer spots because the rosettes are wider. But otherwise, they're very similar. One day people will learn to say this cat's name. So I think we'll just sit here quietly and see what she does.
You can move it. Hi guys. We are still looking at these young males moving off, but we've just heard a Nyala alarm calling. So we're going to make a move. It was quite close to us, so we're going to make a move. These guys have stopped necking, but that was a really nice example of how those ossicones get rounded and shiny and they don't have any hair on them because they swing their head around trying to hit the opponent with then we'll have a good indication of where this animal is. It was so deep, so close. This is the road that we just came down to find these giraffes. Stop and listen again. It sounded like little bombs going off. It was so close, and possibly in the drainage because it had that kind of echo quality to it. So Franklin, upset. I love this. I love this so much because it tells me something is here right now. All right, off I go. I'm going to try and find it. Hopefully, I will.
You've just missed her calling. She just gave the most wonderful call. Loud. Thank you, BK. Oh, I can't believe you missed that, and it's no one's fault. She just called slightly too early. As she started to move, right, now we must try and follow her.
Jumbo, jumbo, look at this. A brand new baby. A calf that's only maybe a day old. This is how small it is compared to its adult dad, who's at the left. Yeah, spooked the sister, I think. Looks like it's one big family reunion surrounding this Mairua bush, feeding on it. These are Maasai giraffe, and they are our tallest animals. Look at that tiny little guy. If you look in between the legs, you'll see the umbilical cord. It hasn't dropped, so it's only a few days, I'd say a day old. It's very, very small. No, doesn't know even what his eating brush is. He's just smelling. I think it's getting to learn all the taste or the smell of all different type of bushes. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, quite cute. Look at that. Both of them, you can tell they're doing the same, just smelling the bushes and not really eating, because right now they're just drinking. That behind there could be one of the moms. Where are you heading? Already it has gotten used to the oxpeckers. Oxpeckers are birds that feed on ticks and other annoying insects that are on these animals. There is one on the backside of that, the female there. Oh, the male doesn't like around, so he actually nearly got it. Yeah, this is a very nice scene. I hope you're enjoying this. These little guys could be about 2 to 3 days old. Miley Jumbo, giraffes eat different types of trees or brush, and here in the Mara they're very lucky. There is a wide variety of different bushes. They don't have a specific one, but wherever they walk there's always a bush and a different one, so they feed on different kind of bushes every time. They actually eat the leaves, and they are known to go for a very long time. In Kalahari in Botswana, a researcher once said he went for over 7 years without seeing a giraffe drink. So they can go for a very long time because they obtain all the moisture they need from leaves, which is amongst these bushes. This one is slightly older, you can tell. It's slightly taller, and it's starting to nibble on the bushes. It will be interesting to see it come out so we can compare it to the others. Hopefully it can, but it is very lovely. Sandy Jumbo, over here is, the quicker you are on your feet, you are guaranteed, survival. Otherwise, if you struggle, then predators might come for you. So you have to be on your feet as soon as possible. Most of these grazers and browsers, these animals that feed on greens, have to stand up really, really fast. Look at that. Looks like he's starting to learn how to eat, leaves. You see that? So, as in about 20 to 30 minutes after birth, they are on their feet, and within an hour they are able to run. That's how quickly they adapt to life here, and within a few hours they are drinking, and within a few days they will be fully eating, brush. Usually the mothers form what we call a crèche, which is like a babysitting class or kindergarten, where they take turns to watch the little ones, and that's why they synchronize their matings, so they give birth almost at the same time. You might find 3 to 5 young ones at the same time. One get left with the young ones, while the others go grazing, and within every 2 hours a mother will come and suckle the youngster. I'm gonna stay here for a little bit more, and while I do that, let's give you something else in a different location.
Little morning drink from this beautiful blue wildebeest male. And we've also got some kudu coming down slowly. And just a little update on our shell ducks. There only seems to be 2 left. We didn't visit here yesterday afternoon we were with the lions. But there only seems to be 2. The other 2 might be sitting under a bush somewhere, just scanning and making sure. Oh, young kudu bull. Very cautious. Obviously, water is a very, very important element. And if you think about these animals, any water is good. If you think about as humans, we take water for granted. You go and turn the tap and it's easy. There's fresh drinking water. Although around the world, 1 billion people don't have access to fresh drinking water within a 15-minute radius from them. So water obviously being a very, very important element for most things, biological activity. Obviously for us we can't survive more than 3 days without water. But a really important source of water for these animals, taking very long treks. They go long distances to get to and from water here. And they have to be extremely tough in order to survive. But that wildebeest has had enough. Beautiful scene. We've still got a nice bit of cloud cover. The sun's just starting to break through. Glenn, can we go into those shell ducks? Let's just take a look at those little shell ducks there. In frame. Beautiful. There's 2 of them. Morning, guys. So the other 2 members could have made their way. But we're going to take a little look here and see if we can find them under a tree somewhere.
We're here in the Mara, left the lioness eating one of the wildebeest that fall or succumbed to the lions. We have a herd of wildebeest here. They're not far from the Mara River, and we hope maybe they might try and go for some drink, or maybe decide to cross over to the other side of the Mara. This is a relative small herd. We have a few zebras with them. They look very much relaxed. And sometimes when you see them like this, you see most of them are facing the opposite direction. That is how they fall target or fall prey to lions or other predators. You can hear them ratting, still the males courting the females. This is still one during the mating season. As in time of about 8 months, they'll all be ready to give birth. And it's reckoned about 800,000 wildebeest give birth in February or March. What a big number. So by the time they leave the Mara, the grass will already be full or covered, only leaving a very, very soft or thin layer of grass. And because they walk in big numbers, sometimes wherever they walk, they cut off or chop the grass with their hooves, and only dust can be seen in certain parts, especially at the river crossing points. We have a few taupees amongst them who also join them in the migration. The Thompson gazelles, the elands also do join. But second to this, the big number is the wildebeest, and the zebra, which also play a good association in terms of security as they walk or traverse this ecosystem. The grass here is a little bit fresh and green because it rained here about 3 days ago, and this wildebeest had gone away from this area for about a week we've not seen them around the river for close to about 1.5 weeks. So it seems like the fresh grass that grew up here is an advantage to them. But I've heard news that a few herds are moving back to the Serengeti, as we had these ones here. So we have late comers, late goers, who will still join the other herds as they migrate, going back to their calfy grounds. See that one already resting there. What a good spot to rest. At least they have wildebeest communicate in various ways. There's of course tactile, there's of course sound, which sometimes they mow or bleat. You can hear the rat. That is some of the communication signs. And of course they have a gland that they omit on their front hooves, and sometimes when they're following each other, they're able to smell that gland and be able to follow one another. But one of the most significant communication is vocal, where they mow, sometimes they bleat, and they rat, as you just heard some of them ratting right now. Seems like they've not yet decided if they can carry on to the river. I might drive towards the river because I've seen some few zebras approaching. Maybe if they want to go for a drink and see if there are crocodiles in the river. While these ones carry on grazing. Thank you for your question. The Mara River is about 290 kilometers from the mouth to the source, and it cuts through the Mara about 60 kilometers. So that is the length of the Mara from the mouth to the source, and the length within the Mara Game Reserve. So some few herds are resting there. So it seems like they're going to stay here for a little while as we send you over to another safari vehicle.
So still only 2, but Mom and Dad are not here as well. So they could be at the back of those trees that are at the southern side of this pan, at the back there. They could be at the back over there busy feeding. So I'm not gonna count the ducks before they have flown. Maybe they're still here and just busy feeding at this point. But those 2 are very relaxed, taking it easy. You can see how they're laying in little depressions to minimize overall exposure, and obviously just eliminating the potential chance of a predator seeing them, especially an aerial predator. This area would be used a lot by falcons and hawks, coming from quite a high height and just do this very fast low-laying swoop to catch unexpected birds at a watering hole like this. It's also a very favored water hole by guides coming in here, having a little morning coffee. Would sit here and have a little morning coffee, chat, look at tracks, look at a few birds. It's just a very beautiful scene. Even sundown is in the late afternoon, but a spectacular spot for birding, and something we thought we would just come pop in here and just take a quick squiz on what's happening. Also looking for some tracks of animals that have moved in and out. This is a very favored spot by cheetah. Glenn, can we maybe just focus on that tree there for us? If you take a look, Glenn will focus on a tree that's used commonly by a pair, 2 males, a coalition, and that's what we'll be looking for now as well.
Been having a wonderful time. We've managed to catch up with her again, courtesy of cheetah planes. There she is. She just climbed up a fallen down tree and then climbed down the fallen down tree and then went into the thickest bush she could find so that we couldn't see her anymore. Charles, come in. Just trying to help somebody else get into the sighting. Charles, come in.
Okay.
Where are you now?
We can't get your audio, so we came north to the fire break.
Okay, she's heading south now. She's about halfway between the drainage line and the ridge crest. In fact, she's just west off the ridge crest. It's actually so difficult to give direction in this kind of terrain with the weather like this because you can't see where the sun is. And I have to check a compass every so often to check where I am. There she is. Get a brief view of her. Sorry about the pole. It is raining. That's a gorgeous sight of some quarry bushes. Let's move through them. No, Jake, I don't know of any males close to Tlhalamba in this area. She is in the territory of Mulwati, the male leopard, at the moment, and the fact that we don't know if he's around here is not a testament to actually not knowing whether he's here. It's a testament to the fact that he is impossible to find. So he could be right nearby, but he will not tolerate being around vehicles.
James,
Go ahead.
yeah, but I'm gonna leave you with her if that's okay. Try and get my tracker.
Copy. Oh, it's a lovely smell. There's some jasmine. Oh, look at this. Just quickly, BK, I know that it's not quite as good as a leopard, but it's Carissa bispinosa, one of the most beautiful smelling plants you'll ever find out here. Okay, right, that was a good look. Let's carry on, otherwise we'll lose the leopard. The smell is just amazing. She's just down there. Hey. All right, we'll try and keep up with her. Hopefully have her when you come back.
Leopards are one of my favorite cats, and because they're super elusive, here in the Mara, I can't tell you how many times I keep on missing those leopards. Now, I've come across this very big crocodile here, basking in the Mara River. Look at how big this croc is. I reckon this must be about 4.5 meters. I see the other one in the water there. Look at how they blend in so well. You can't even tell if there's a croc or a rock there. Because they are reptiles and they live in the water, they have to warm up every day, especially during the summer or the hot days. Sometimes in the winters we don't see them out of the water, but they take an advantage of whatever time they can, coming out to at least get some sun, turning around a little bit, maybe for a good position. Look at how big this guy is. Super cool. Maybe you want to go back into the water. And off he goes. I'm not sure what has made them go into the water, and sometimes they can feel the vibration of animals coming to drink, and that can trigger them to go back into the water. See, they're swimming slowly downstream, so could be maybe change of position, or maybe they want to go next to the other side of the river. They're swimming so fast, and I'm quite amazed of why they are going downstream. It seems like a race there. See them racing down there. Super interesting. And sometimes the big males also challenge the youngsters. But these two seems like the same size. Not quite sure if he doesn't want him near him or what's going on. Carl, the crocodile is super fast in the water because they help propel the water by their long, strong tails. So they are super fast. In terms of speed, not quite sure, but I know they're super fast. So he's decided to turn around while the other one has swum downstream. And sometimes they will pick a place where it's a little bit rocky and more torrent, and see what he's doing right now, swimming upstream. They sometimes open their mouth, and so when the water is running downstream, they get to fish. So whatever is trapped between their teeth, so they open a little bit wide their mouth, and so water washing the fish downstream, and the fish gets to be trapped into their mouth. So sometimes they cannot eat whatever is coming to drink, because animals choose very safe spots to come and drink. So this crocodile use another trick of fishing, where they'll open their mouth slightly and make their teeth shield or trap whatever they get hold of. And sometimes the catfish that we utilize these torrents will be what they catch. See, that one has positioned itself in a strategic position, while this other one is swimming upstream. Because they can go for long without eating, so that is a very unique behavior that I've observed here in the Mara River when these crocodiles are fishing. Of course, in other places you've seen animals who have specialized or adapted to fishing, like the bears when the fishes are migrating, so they take that advantage. So here, because we don't have the fish migration, but the water currents sometimes bring along fishes and other tiny creatures. But definitely that's something that wanted to come and drink, and they could feel the vibration, and that's what prompted them to go into the water. It's because crocodiles have nerves on the tip of their mouth that help them feel vibration in the water, and that is how they locate prey, even though they are farther away from whatever is coming to drink or whatever is in the water. Adaptation has played a very key role in all these species living around these ecosystems. As you watch this crocodile fish, we're going to take you over to another safari vehicle.
Well, from crocodiles to another large browser of the African plains, the eland. Here is a beautiful big herd of breeding herd. And you can tell there, the very gray guy with the dewlap, the thing hanging on the neck, is a male, and he's making rounds, checking who is ready for mating. Yeah, the females have got slightly slender build neck. Males have got that very thick, and you can tell that guy stands out. Yeah, he's really interested in that female. And these guys are very, very shy. It's very hard to get close to them. And they also do the annual migration. I have forgotten to mention that a few times, but they do migrate in their thousands. They're very sensitive to human noise, and that's why, you know, every now and then they have to turn and look towards where I am. They're quite a distance, but with the ability of our powerful camera, we are able to bring a close-up of them to you. Look at how big that herd is. So beautiful. And there's one pretending to be the king of the castle. He's over there. I think he's on duty, and he's chewing his cud. This is an animal which is a ruminant, so it's chewing its cud, ruminating. It's getting hot, that's why you can tell there's a bit of a mirage behind there, behind the eland. Looks like there is water, but there isn't any. It's just all eland. I don't know what happened to one horn of the other one to the right. Do you see that, Bungay? Greg, Jumbo, how do eland protect themselves from predators? Well, very much like other animals, the first thing is to see them before they approach, and if they are at that distance where they can run away, then, you know, use speed, trot away if it's eland or zebra, and if they are too close, then they use their horns to gore them or stab them, or their hind legs to kick. Those are the three defense mechanisms. It's either to see them before they arrive, or smell them, run away, or kick them if they're too close. Although those are the three techniques that they use to defend themselves. They're very comfortable at the distance they are in right now, and that's why they're twitching their tails and checking me out, making sure that I'm not getting out of the vehicle to walk towards them, because they don't like humans. They're always running away. I don't know what we did to them or what kind of experience they had with us, because they never allow you to be close. It's very few times that I've, you know, been close to one. It has been a very big old male, and I'm sure they've learned, you know, through experience, you know, to tolerate us when they are much older. It's very interesting what's happening here, because it looks like there's a few bulls that are trying to mate with females, but the females are not ready. Yeah, although, you know, it is the largest, it is capable of jumping about 9 feet in the air, believe me. You know, you might think it's not true, but they can do that with ease, and almost 12 feet long. So they actually can also get away from predators that way. These are animals that can browse and graze, which means it's grass and also leaves, so it can go without water for a while. It's got amazing eyesight, hearing, and, you know, smelling, so it also can detect danger for a very long way. And this is the kind of habitat where you find them: wooded savanna, you know, mixture of brush and grass. And over here looks like they're not feeding, it's only chewing their cud and allowing the males to go to make their rounds. There's two big males in between there. You see them? They're really, really huge. The thing hanging on the neck is called a dewlap. It plays no vital role, but I think it makes the male looks intimidating, and also increases its body size to intimidate other males during mating time, which is called lacking. Yes, it looks like they're very happy where they are. Tails just twitching, chewing the cud. I'm gonna stay with them a little bit longer, and yeah, let's take you to another live location.
Good morning everyone, and welcome finally to and beyond Pinder Private Game Reserve. It's a very cloudy and overcast day and still very, very wet. And myself and Craig have just been waiting undercover for an opportunity to come out. Sorry, I'm Grant, and behind the camera is Craig. And yeah, we've been waiting under some cover for an opportunity to come and try and find you some animals. And this morning, so far it's been quite quiet, but we have managed to come across these two guinea fowl that are just preening themselves after the rain last night, taking the gap in the weather to rinse through their feathers, try to get rid of some of the water. And these are crested guinea fowl, different to the helmeted guinea fowl, which are the slightly more common ones, more abundant ones across southern Africa. And if you look carefully, you might see that these guinea fowls have got quite a dark red eye, different to the helmeted guinea fowl, which has a pretty much black or brown eye. And then that very distinct clump of feathers on the top of the head gives it its name of the crested guinea fowl. Also bald or lacking feathers around the face and the head, and then it's got that nice little clump of feathers up around the neck, giving it like a polar neck effect. And they've got a beautiful iridescent blue sort of tinge to the feathers and to those little spots, which is not that blue color is not that obvious now with the very cloudy and overcast. Oh, there's a malachite kingfisher. I mean, African pygmy kingfisher. Can you see it? Just on this bush right next to us, yeah? There, yeah. It's just flown in and landed. That is an African pygmy kingfisher. Try to look at all those little colors. It's a magnificent little bird. Got some pink on its cheek. That's one of the more striking little birds that we get out here. And off it goes. Oh, and there's some monkeys in the trees close by. Did you get him? No. Monkey. Yeah. Monkeys climbing down. Also was up in the top of the tree canopy there trying to dry off as there's a gap in the rain. So it seems like all the birds are becoming more and more active this morning as it dries up. But looking around us, there are clouds everywhere. I'm glad you can all hear the sounds of the birds and the sounds of the bush coming alive. What's also happened, which has been really nice to see, is with the rain, what happens is the soil gets really soft as they absorb all the moisture, and it triggers elate eruptions. And so what we've been seeing is these little flying insects coming out of all the termite mounds, and the birds have been having an absolute feast. And we've even been seeing little birds like canaries, which are usually seed-eating birds, so they eat all the little grass seeds and other seeds of plants. And what they're doing now is they're also joining in on the feast. As those elates are coming out of the mounds, they're making the most of the opportunity to get some extra protein in. So this morning, Craig and I are just going to carry on a little bit. We're going to leave these two guinea fowl to preen themselves, and we'll see what else we might be able to find for you this morning.
Right, Tlalamba has finally decided that she can sit still for a little while, although she seems to have spotted something she might want to eat. It has been something of a off-road adventure following her through here. But how lovely. Pubi with her. Looks like she's about to pounce on something. Although I'm not sure what that would be, unless it's Tristan. Maybe she's taken a fancy to Tristan. Who could blame her? I will let you know that it's not all comfortable out here. BK has managed to get a scratch on his little face. It's not a little face, it's a big face. But I've told him it doesn't count because there isn't any blood. It's just a very substantial welt. Poor BK. BK, will you be all right? Would you like me to get a medivac helicopter in here? It'll be okay. Good. Like I say, unless there's at least a litre of blood, I don't think it really counts. I must say, I do think that a leopard in this kind of light is best. I find the golden, when it's too golden, it just almost doesn't look real. Hello, Charmaine. Do leopards have preferred sleeping spots? Yeah, they do, Well, I mean, I don't know if they preferred, but they certainly go. They are creatures of habit in some respects. They do go back to the same places to sleep. Now, whether that's personal preference or because those happen to be generically good places to sleep, I'm not sure. But I remember often when I was at Ngala, there was a leopard that used to sleep. If she was in the area of a particular nyala tree, that's where she would sleep almost permanently. And if I'm thinking of, I don't know if Tlalumba's got any particularly favourite spots. You hear the rain starting to fall now. That termite mound where we've had her initially, when her head was behind the sticks, I've seen her on that one before. But you see, I think that's a generically good spot for a leopard to lie. There's good cover, shade, and a good vantage. Jolly Whiskey, do nomadic leopards mate? Yes, indeed, nomadic leopards mate. But it's unlikely that, I'm assuming you mean male leopards, it's unlikely that they would be allowed to, because the territorial male of the area would stop them, would prevent them from trying to mate, and would do so with violence. So if he came across a female that was trying to mate with a female, if he came across a male trying to mate with a female in his territory, he would definitely take a dim view of it. But there's nothing to preclude him mating. Also, remember that if he did mate, his kids would probably be killed by the territorial male. There she is, eating grass.
From the leopard to the one of the big five the buffalo. Now these two buffaloes are close to the Mara River, and I can see two crocodiles that have swum just close to the bank, hoping that these guys will come to drink. But sometimes I've seen them coming to drink, but these are super big, and it will have to be a big struggle before crocodile will take this one down. Sometimes they avoid them, but if an opportunity arises, because I've just seen two that have just swum across, and look at those two big crocodiles there. They just come close to the riverbank there. A little while earlier we saw two crocs that wanted to swim downstream. So we came here only to find these two buffaloes. So they are at least sensed or felt the vibration, and that's why it prompted them to swim to this area. There was only one crocodile when we came here, so the other one just joined in. But these buffaloes are not even scared at all. Sometimes when we're waiting for the wildebeest to cross and the zebras, whenever they see the crocs, they all stampede and run away from the banks. There's fresh grass around here, so he's still enjoying. Being an old bull, they have to go to drink on a regular basis, and where the grass is a little bit soft. Look at how massive his neck is. This is the second bull. Seems like he's broken one of the horns, of course from a fight. They're now deciding to go up, or maybe they had some few drinks. When they're thirsty, I've seen them drinking for up to 4 minutes without raising their heads. So they drink a lot also, but not as compared to elephants, who can drink about 170 liters at one go. His right horn is broken, and you can see he's missing part of his tail. Who knows how much struggle he's gone through life. He's lost found on his hind leg at the back. So when the mud wallow, it helps them protect their skin from biting insects and ticks, and also keeps them cool. These bulls hang around by themselves here. I've seen them for quite a while, so there's always two around this main crossing. This is the particular spot that we call the main crossing, where zebras and wildebeest utilize this space to get across from either side. We've seen big numbers of wildebeest drinking here and even cross. See, he's rubbing off his facial gland onto the reeds there. He's already seen us, got some scent. See how they snarl their noses and face? That tells you that he smells something. And that is one of the Can the buffalo capsize? Yes, they can. So when yes, they can. I've seen them walking across, but most of the time what they do, they only walk on the very shallow bottoms. They're not very good swimmers. I can't compare them to the zebras, who are really good at it when they're getting across. So, but these can at least use the very bottom, shallow bottoms to cross, to get across. So these buffaloes have decided to go up the rocky hill. So we're going to turn you over to another safari vehicle.
So with the cool weather conditions that are prevailing today, antelope species such as this don't really need to worry about cooling oneself down. These guys are really adapted to these hot environments, and through the cooler parts of the day, I bet you they are enjoying every single second of it. There's a lot of biting flies, irritating the living daylights out of these oryx, these southern oryx. You'll see every now and then the animal will actually use its horns and pin the horns backwards use its horns to actually deter and chase the flies off of the back. Those horns are tools, and they can use them even to scratch themselves. If they've got an itch somewhere on the back, they use their horns just to relieve that itchy spot. Tails wagging vigorously just to try and chase them away, and you can see where they're going is trying to go in between the hind legs where those biting flies, those cattle louse flies will be feeding right now. And it's got to be frustrating not having the ability to scratch or get in there to chase them away. It's got to be very, very irritating. So there's one male in frame there. It's more than likely the dominant bull of this area. Bulls' territories would range, obviously, with availability of food, if there's a drought or not. But on average, you're looking at between 14 and about 40 odd kilometers. It would be a little bit wider in terms of territory size if it is a drought season, or even vast areas like this of the southern Kalahari. And then females will move through in home range. And I mean, females can make great treks within their home range. That'll be going to water points and then chasing areas where you've had rainfall. And they would go in search of this new fresh fodder. And females in the southern part of the Kalahari, where we are now, can range over 200, 300, easily up into the 1,000 sometimes. Through drier times, they would obviously push into the very, very high limits of this home range that they would inhabit. So there's two females in the picture, and look how that bull is holding his head up, trying to strut his stuff. A bit of aggression from the two females, ears facing forward. So within the female group, there'll be a strict hierarchy. Same with the males, they're territorial. Bachelor herds with oryx, southern oryx, are a bit of a rarity. You don't now and then find small groups of males, not all the time. So groups are typically females, moving through their home ranges and then going through different male territories, where bulls like this would have the opportunity to say hello, and then see if you got the good looks that will impress these ladies. And you'll see if those females get too close to each other, the horns will be used as a deterring tool, let's say it at that. But remarkably adapted. As I've mentioned before, they allow their body temperature to rise, and they've been clocked at 40 plus degrees Celsius. I mean, that is crazy.
Welcome back to Ambion Pind, everyone. And we found this beautiful Inyala bull just starting to sort of move around. Also would have been hunkered down with the rain, and now that it's clearing up a little bit, he's starting to move and feed. He's got a beautiful set of horns. Oh, and look at that white fluffy fur underneath the tail. Giving us a number 2 there. And you see that white fur on the length of his back. It's usually standing quite upright and very fluffy, but it's obviously still quite damp, so it's looking a bit sad today. So Viking's got a pretty interesting question saying, can an Inyala hurt a lion? So they definitely can. They've got those horns for a reason, and it's mostly for fighting with other nyalas to for mating rights of the females. But they can also serve as a defense. So more especially on smaller predators like leopard, or like if there was maybe a hyena trying to go for him, he would be able to show that predator his horns, and if he was threatening enough and confident enough in his advances towards the predator, he would definitely deter a smaller predator, and perhaps even something like a lioness. He's more likely to run away from a lion or lioness, but those horns are very, very sharp, and they can certainly do damage. So there's a lioness at the moment, one of the prides in Pinda, that's got a hole that almost looks like it goes straight through her hind leg. And that could have been from something when she was taking down something like an inyala or a warthog. They definitely can inflict some nasty wounds onto the predators. He wouldn't actively go and try to hurt a lion, but sometimes in the takedown, when the lioness is chasing after him and she manages to pull him down and they're both tumbling, one of those horns could spike into her. And the same goes for a leopard and cheetah as well. Typically, like a female cheetah wouldn't go for an inyala bull like this with those big horns. That's also what those horns are meant to do, is deter the smaller predators. And so like a female cheetah wouldn't go for an inyala bull like that, but perhaps a coalition of 2 or maybe 3 male cheetah would try to take down an inyala like that. We are starting to get a little bit of rain again here, so myself and Craig are going to just try and see if we can get a little bit of cover. Definitely look after the equipment.
Our leopard has gone, well, not quite to sleep, but she had a big clean on the bottom of this termite mound, and now she's climbed up top to it, possibly hoping to spot something delicious walking past underneath. I can see some impala way in the distance, through all the bushes, down through the riverbed. You can hear the fan-tailed flycatcher calling, tree, 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 tree. Yeah, she spotted those impala now. You can see her ears have pricked forward, but they're a long way away. I wonder if we shouldn't just drift forward. Let me just drift in here. Oh dear, there's a lot of water now on this roof. Okay, I might just drip off. There we are. Oh, she's going to go for something. Okay there, BK. Now those impala are a good 150 to 200 meters away, across the riverbed. But obviously she's evaluating whether or not there's a an approach that she can take that might conceal her and allow her to place a delicious impala in a tree for 4 days, and in so doing allow us an easy time of it for 4 days. That would be great. I know this isn't the best view, but I don't want to move again, mainly because there's an impenetrable thicket straight in front of me. Ooh. I don't think it's the impala. I think she's seen something else. Impala are much too far away. I don't want to move right now. I now know that there is only a view of the top of a termite mound, which is not going to win any natural history filmmaking awards. Charles just going to go behind and have a look. All right. I'm just going to wait for him to stop. Because I don't know where she's gone.
She's there.
Have you got her?
Yep.
Oh, shot. Right, okay, so it's not the impala, definitely. Well spotted, BK. There's something in that tree. Can't actually see her with my naked eye. I can only see her on the camera. All right, let's move. The tree I'm looking at, I'm just unsighted. I don't see anything in the tree. It's the same. This is the area where we had those owls and eagles yesterday. Oh, goodness. I'm not sure we're going to get through here. What do you think? I think that's the end of that. Yeah, we're not going to make it through this way. Might not even make it out. Are we still alive? Oh, we are. We are still alive. Okay, we'll try and see if we can catch up with it.
I hope that leopard is successful, but I have a road blocked by zebras not crossing. And they have gathered up and teamed up with a few hundred wildebeest, and they have decided that this is an area they want to be, and here animals have got the right of way, and there is nothing I can do but to sit here and watch them. Remember, this is a live safari, and I'm in Masai Mara, in the Mara Triangle in Kenya. These are part of the migrating herds that have been present in the Mara for the last 3 months, and I'm very happy to have them here. The area I'm in is called Olpunyata, and Olpunyata means swamp. There's plenty of water here, and that's why all these animals are here. After feeding yesterday, this morning, they have decided to come and have a drink, and so maybe after drinking, they've they're too full. They're waiting for digestion to take place a little bit, and then they're going to move on. These kind of swamps and water holes are what keeps these animals going out in the plains for much longer before they get to the the river that is infested with crocodiles. It is much easier to survive here than going down there. You can tell some of the wildebeest are sitting down which is gonna make me stay here longer. Striped horse. Hello. You know, you ask how
just no moving. Wow, whoever spotted that on the last segment, well done. Attention to detail. So we just made a U-turn and it's a Cape Cobra residing in this little underground burrow system here on the bank of this dam. So with Cape Cobras you can have them in a variety of different color forms or morphs. And Tswalu exhibits quite a wide range. Normally in certain areas you'll get this beautiful golden individual, certain areas you get dark ones, mottled ones. Here on Tswalu, we exhibit and have this display of an array of different color schemes on these animals. And there's a lot of research going into to see why and how these color schemes are coming about. We can see from the shape of the head that this is definitely a Cape Cobra. Wow, this is incredible and well done, because obviously we missed it, being tied into what's going on. Well done, FC, for spotting that. You guys can come track for me any day. Amazing. What a sight this is. So now with the increasing temperatures that we're experiencing, reptiles like us will become a lot more active. And being ectothermic organisms, they're relying on the external environment. They're relying on the atmosphere for their heat requirements. So in a day like this, they can be very active, because if the sun is out full blast, they cannot regulate where they stop with the heat. They will just continually increase in body temperature. That's why snakes, people always come here and they say, you know, where are the snakes? Snakes have to be very clever, first and foremost, not to overheat, and then as well as there's so many things that predate on them. People see snakes and they just think, oh my word, excuse me, it's a dangerous, ugly animal, but they're important components to regulate mice populations, rodents, birds, lizards, but then also they are an important prey source for a lot of other animals. Oh my gosh. So typically what we're seeing there, guys, is from, wow, incredible. I am shaking right now, but look at the hood. That hood is used to show an aggressive behavior. That hood being splayed out gives the animal a bit more of a larger appearance, to seem more fierce. If that's not enough, the snake will raise its body up, and then as well as giving this low-laying hiss being produced. A very fast, very active snake, and they are active predators. That means that they will go in and search for a prey item, and once they find the prey item, they'll give a quick bite. The bite from these animals, these epaulets, are high in proteins, and they affect the neurological system. Victoria, that's what we're trying to understand here on Tswalu. Is it a gene passed on? So from mom, would this gene then be passed on to the offspring? Or is it environmental factors? Is it the food they eat? We yet don't know. And so what Tswalu is doing in connection with Tswalu Foundation, that walking encyclopedia runs, Mr. Dylan Smith, so we're trying to find out what is this change. And so the Tswalu Foundation has created a small research section to understand these snakes, because they are very, very abundant through South Africa, but yet we know hardly nothing about them. And it's important research that's been conducted on Tswalu that we can then take this information and go forward with it to protect it and to shed more light on these animals. They are remarkable creatures. Unbelievable. So this looks like to be an adult, and this is definitely a dark morph. I've seen like this golden yellow individuals, speckled, and then these ones here, almost jet black, but a very impressive snake. Wow, well done, founder control. That was fantastic. We actually left the site, guys, and as we came back, we thought it was a stick. And as we came past the bank here, its head went slowly into the hole. We freaked out. But what an amazing sight. You don't ever get to see them like this. On Tswalu, we're really lucky because after the rains, sociable weavers will actively start breeding. And that's when we have these snakes going into these nests and seeking little chicks. They actually are big regulating factors on the population of sociable weavers. They can have a huge effect on the population. But a very active snake eating small birds, lizards, and as well as other snakes. How about that? A snake eating another snake. Yo, cat got my tongue. If you really want to see the speed, I'm going to run and I'm allowed to chase me. No, I'm just joking. I'm not going to do that. They're fairly quick. I'd put them at about 8. At full tilt, they got this beautiful sidewinding motion, very fast serpentine motion that they move in. So snakes move either in a form of what we refer to as concertina, so the head being stretched forward and the rest of the body coming up, or you get rectiliar motion. That's like your bigger snakes, like your pythons. You get sidewinding, which is desert adapted, and then you get serpentine motion. But this individual is very good at this typical snake-like motion. Extremely fast, basically swaying the body left and right, and basically just touching certain parts of the body. I'd put it at under between 5 and 8 kilometers an hour. This snake can put down speed. So actively pursuing prey like it gives it a massive advantage. And then the venom that it holds is incredible. So with these snakes, they've got a small fixed fang on the front of the jaw, and one quick bite, and I mean, you're looking at a rodent maybe a couple of seconds. If it was unfortunately in that position where it bit a human, you've got about 15, 20 minutes, and then things really start setting. It affects your neurological system, so from heart rate, respiration, blood pressure, motor functions, everything. It's a very dangerous snake. So when handling snakes, you always got to be very careful, but you shouldn't. You should leave them be as is and watch from a distance. You never want to be messing around with a snake unless you've got the knowledge and the skill to do so. Snakes should be you should always be really cautious around a snake. But an amazing snake. So what he's more than likely doing now is coming out the burrow system. It's a little bit cooler inside there. So he's feeling a little bit sluggish, and he's just poking his head out. And his dark body will be absorbing a lot more solar radiation than another morph, let's say it that. And that's also why he could have that hood splayed, is that he's absorbing a bit of heat and he's basically charging himself up for the day. Amazing. But hopefully when we get rains, we would see a lot more activity of these snakes on the sociable weaver nest. The skills that they have to move in the tree, first and foremost climbing or scaling up the tree and then making its way over the social weaver nest is a phenomenal thing to witness. Obviously, unfortunately for the chicks, but that's why sociable weavers breed in that quick burst format. As soon as there's rain, they breed. So their populations can regulate and bounce back very quickly. But these guys are very important predators to regulate the population of social weavers. Because if social weavers get too many, the population grows to an extreme proportion, they will be detrimentally affecting another part of the ecosystem. Amanda, how close are we to the snake? Glenn can show you right now. So we are about 20 meters, I would say 20 meters from the snake. And if you take a look at the snake, he can't actually pinpoint us. He doesn't actually really see us. He sees us as a dark object. There's only a few snakes in South Africa that are able to recognize stationary prey, and this is not one of them. The two snakes that can do that is a snake called a boomslang, translated from Afrikaans is tree snake, a very active predator within the boreal system, so tree systems, and then a vine or twig snake. So this snake, if I stand 2 meters from him, if I stand dead still, he he won't really pick me up unless I move. His eyesight is designed to pick up on movement. But amazing. I can't believe we got this. I really thought it was a stick. I was like, no, it's just a stick. And then the little head went down in the hole and I had to pull the handbrake. Fantastic.
All right. Welcome back, guys. And I still am stuck here because of this zebra block plus wildebeest. This is an area they feel very safe, and you can tell they're standing facing either way, and that is so that they can detect danger. The surrounding area is full of them, and I think they're feeling very comfortable being out on the track because it's nice and warm. Also, if there's any predator, they would have seen it long time. This is what happens in the heat of the day. They try and utilize all the energy because of the heat and just stand in one position instead of running, so they would lose lots of water. Some of them will recognize that it's getting hotter, and so they'll move towards shady spots. But these guys here have decided that this is the perfect position for them to be. I don't know for how much longer, because I'll be wanting to continue, and I'm hoping they're gonna either move right or left. Most of the zebra you see, they are fully grown, and the wildebeest, so they have been here maybe before, and some of them have been in the migration. That is a fact. Yeah, sorry, that question we didn't finish about it. Striped horse, Jumbo, you want to know about our zebra's eyesight? It is very, very good. It is actually one of the best animals with the best eyesight here in the plains, and with a good vantage point it is able to pinpoint an animal in a good half a kilometer away. So they have very, very good eyesight. We have a few more wildebeest there coming, and a few more in the marshy spot. I think they are drinking. You can tell that the contrast of color between the green and the less green grass there. The green one, there's plenty of water here, and that's the main reason why these wildebeest and zebra were here. There is lots more coming, as you can see. There are more and more and more coming. So maybe in another couple of minutes we will be surrounded by zebras and wildebeest. Well, this is a beautiful sight, and I'm enjoying it. Hope the same for you guys. But I'm gonna try and move on, find something else. And while I do that, let's see what else we can show you.
From the zebra to our lioness here, who is guarding her meal. So she's dragged the carcass to where she'll at least guard the carcass for the rest of the day. It's not far from a water hole where we saw earlier when she went to drink and then came back. So the second lioness has gone to rest over at a very good spot where there's shade. But it seems like this area is open and more sun. So I think she might decide either to go rest or maybe drag that carcass to another safe point. Because see, look at how she's panting. That tells you she's so hot right now. That carcass is next to the road, so it means that she has to drag it somewhere where at least she can lie down very well, and at least where there's shade. See what she's doing now? I think maybe she might go for some bitings there, or maybe move it. Yes, he decided to eat a little bit. They've managed to eat almost the entire carcass. It seems like these lionesses were hungry, super hungry. But because that wildebeest was a young one, oh yes, she's decided to move it to a good area where at least it's sheltered away with the good shade and where the carcass will be away from scavengers, the hyenas and the vultures. So when this lion will find some shade, she will lie down there. At least nothing can see her as we take you over to another safari vehicle.
So being like this, very close to the hole, if there's any threat for the snake, that snake has an escape route. It'll go straight back down that hole. And he's just keeping a watchful eye for any birds of prey. That would be his biggest threat here, is birds of prey. Things like a secretary bird or the black-chested snake eagle would happily snack on the snake very quickly. They get fairly big, 1.2 meters. It's a fairly big snake. And I just cannot wait. Now that we've seen one, I cannot wait for the opportunity for myself and Glenn to show you guys one on a nest. Just the skill. You think, how does that elongated body, is able to move through and around a nest? They're very clever. They actually pinch part of their body in between the nest, and they actually scale the nest. So birds of prey are its biggest threat, hands down. Land mammals, birds. Secretary bird, black-chested snake eagle, brown snake eagle, they would snack on this little guy. But a really remarkable predator, an amazing snake from all aspects, from its venom. So with these epaulets, they've got a small fang at the front of their jaw, and snakes in South Africa are grouped into different groups due to the dental structure. So this guy would be in a group where they have a fixed front fang. Other snakes, like the adders, like a puff adder, it'll have a front hinged fang. And with these different dental structures, you have a different possession of venom. So this guy will be neurological, and for example, like a puff adder, it will be cytotoxic. So this guy affecting the nervous system, whereas in a puff adder's venom would be affecting the bite side, actually breaking down the tissue. Amazing to see, my word. Look at the hood being raised. So just increasing the surface area, allowing this animal to charge itself up a lot quicker. And those are via muscles, so that hood can be compressed alongside with the body. And when it feels threatened, it picks itself up and it expands that hood to give it a very aggressive, very dominating visual aspect. Cat got my tongue. Cat got my tongue. Definitely a black mamba. A black mamba is super quick. It can outrun a fully grown man, and that is one snake. That is one force to be reckoned with. Very aggressive, very clever, and super fast. So definitely a black mamba between these two, between a black mamba and a Cape Crow, but definitely a black mamba is faster. He's also super aggressive. A black mamba will eat the snake as well. You've got snakes snacking on a variety of different food sources. Small lizards, geckos, chicks, baby birds, meerkats, unfortunately, and other snakes. It just shows you this remarkable reptile is able to adapt. And this is actually a modified lizard. It falls within the lizard family group. Ooh, Steve, are they immune to the cobra venom? No, it's a very potent concoction of proteins. Some animals they basically build immunity from eating. That's also how we make anti-venom, is by injecting certain animals and creating antibodies, so that we as humans, if bitten, unfortunately, we have the fail-safe, to save somebody's life. So some animals, when they consume, they do build antibodies, but birds, no. If you're bitten by this thing, I could be mistaken. You never know. I'm learning every day. If somebody knows something else, let me know. But with a bird, if the snake bites a bird, it's unfortunately lights out. It's a very, very strong neurotoxic venom. And how they hold that venom is just in a modified salivary gland that sits just underneath the eye, and that's where they hold this volatile concoction.
So there is the leopard Tlalamba. We've had a wonderful time following her now, but she's changed direction entirely. And interestingly, she called from precisely where I thought she had called last year. She, I think I've got low blood sugar. She called from precisely where she called yesterday evening. So down by that enormous big jackalberry tree that is on the southern end of this riverbed. And now she's heading up back towards the north, so she's covering a huge amount of ground. Oh, listen to that. Oh, it's such a lovely sound of the summer. That is the southern boo-boo. There are two of them. One of them going, and the other one going. As the rain gently falls on the Lowveld, bringing it back to life. Not that it ever really died in the winter this year.
We're going to come and join you there, sir.
Kendra, they climb trees from about 6 weeks. So as soon as they come out of the den, they have to be able to climb trees. Otherwise, there's obviously a lot of danger involved in their lives. But I've seen leopards just 6 weeks old way up in the top of a tree. I've seen a 6-week-old leopard nearly fall out of a tree. She spotted something. Ooh. Here we go. She's been doing this just about the whole morning, and then she'll start sawing. So it's probably something little. Look how patiently she's moving. That's all we can see right now. It really does make me depressed to think how many leopards I've driven past and continue to drive past. That's a great leopard sighting, eh? I think I should get my camera out. She seems to have stopped moving. Yep, there she goes. This rain will give her a nice cover now. Cover her footfalls, there won't be any crunchy leaves. She moves almost like a snake, doesn't she? I wouldn't like to be in her sights. She's moving completely silently. I can't see her. Only BK can see her right now with the camera. Oof, that's nice. Okay, I can see her now. I cannot see what she's going for, though. Near the Koki Franklins as well. Cree, 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 cree. I should also be able to hear Tristan directing the car. Still moving. And she's chased and caught. Did she catch? Oh, what was it? A duiker. Missed. Tristan says she missed it. Oh. That's a sadness. I thought it might be slightly bigger than what she was looking at before, because that was a proper stalk. Let's just see if we can see. If we can't, I'm afraid that's going to be the end of the sighting, because it's just too thick down there to get into. Yeah, I'm afraid. I think that's it. Shame. She must have been nearly on it. We'll try and extricate ourselves from here now.
All right, still busy sunbathing. Taking it easy. I am just so over the moon about finding the snake, well, FC finding the snake. Reptiles are remarkable creatures. And having one like this, just playing ball, is just another level of entertainment. You can really observe the face. That's typical epaulet or cobra body shape. With snakes, obviously, their body structure and their head is designed to fit into a serpent habitat. I'm staring back. Myself and Glenn are busy giving. I haven't blinked. So with that, snakes aren't able to blink. They don't have an eyelid. They have a covering, a transparent covering that covers the actual eye. And their eye would be protected by this layer from various things. Obviously, when they're moving through the undergrowth, that transparent layer protects the vital organ. Amazing. And you can actually see this layer if a snake goes through a process known as slounging or shedding. It actually, oh my word, look at the tongue. So the tongue will be forked at the end, and that enables the snake to pick up scent particles, especially in the air. Scent particles, and if the tongue is pushed forward, then pulled back into an organ inside the mouth, the bottom of the mouth, the bottom jaw, from the chemicals being obtained onto the tongue, the snake can understand these chemical clues, if it's a prey item or if it's a predator, and as well as getting direction left and right. That's why snakes' tongues are forked. Remarkable lizard, highly specialized lizard. So over a time period, they have lost the use of their legs and it's become redundant. Oh my word. We might have a bit of movement here, guys. It's getting warm, and he's obviously reaching the stages now where he's got enough energy to move about. For Tim, their fangs are not very long. Long fangs will be held by adders. So like a puff adder, they've got very long fangs. Puff adder fangs are about 2-3 centimeters long. This guy will only be about maybe half a centimeter. Very small. Yeah, very small fangs. But your other snakes have larger fangs. That's where that hinged property comes into play. Oh. So nothing walking up from the bank. He just decided that he's going to go back into his burrow. So, so fairly small fangs in comparison to other snakes like your adders. Really remarkable. And how incredible was that all worked out like it did, because we actually left here and we got a message saying, did you guys see the snake? And I said to Glenn, I didn't see any snake. I don't know what snake they saw. Maybe it was a stick, but remarkable. A real privilege to see these reptiles. And like I said, if you ever run into a snake, just practice caution. Most important thing is to remain calm and give the animal space. Well, that has been amazing drive, and I'm sure that the rest of the guys from other parts of this wonderful continent have provided, and as well as from Final Control, just amazing work as always. But thank you so much for joining us. It's been wonderful on the Sunrise Safari, and be sure this afternoon to join us, please. 3 p.m. Central African time. Be sure to join us for the Sunset Safari. We'll see you guys a little bit later. Cheers.
Is advised.
Greetings